Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, that's Renshiro. That is Renshiro. Well, that was our little bit of a surprise, ruined for later, but he's gone now. We'll see him soon. That was a little bit of a sneak peek of the Airbnb he's got going over in Cape Town at the moment, but I'm not lonely anymore. My friends, I've missed you so much. I did yesterday's stream all alone, but I'm very happy to have you guys here. Rhino, how are you doing, my friends?
Oh, doing really well, Pegasus. It was tough to sit on the sidelines yesterday. New split vibes. Wasn't able to be on the stream, but excited to be back for Swiss Stage.
Absolutely, and Quanzek, it's been quite some time for yourself. You've heard rumours of some supposed new team having some mixed results, and all of a sudden, Renshiro's in a completely different country, so a bit of a whirlwind of emotions for you. But I know that you're actually planning a move in your own personal life. You know how stressful that can be. What do you think this is going to have an effect on Renshiro moving forward at all?
It has to. I mean, he's moving from a massive ping difference to now being a local. It's really good for the region. It's really good for the team. And Renshiro now can officially be the equivalent of on land. So I'm expecting nothing but great things from him. And hopefully he's able to settle in pretty quickly. Because, yeah, as you mentioned, I'm in the middle of moving states here in the U.S. and it's been a blur trying to get everything put in line. So hopefully he's doing much better than I am.
Well, if only there was a video telling you about how he's doing right now. I wonder if we'll get to see that a little bit later. But not now. We can see how he's been doing competitively, however, because Rhino, Quan, you were not with me yesterday, but it was a pretty solid double Elin run for round. Started off with a 3-0 win versus Netral. That was very, very confident. And then, all of a sudden, there was a little bit of a shake-up in the bracket. Not bad double, a team that's I had not heard of before, managing to take down Flight React fans, which is a very, very strong team in their own right. So, not quite sure what happened there. However, against Rounds, that was rather easy picking. And, Roddy, you actually said that you got to see a little bit of that final series. How are you rating the performance?
I did. I enjoyed it, certainly. I liked, obviously, the fact that we went 6-0 yesterday is going to bring a lot of confidence for the boys. And against Not Bad Double, we looked really good. So I've not really got too many problems or notes. I do still think I was only able to see a little bit of the game yesterday, and I would still like to see another level up today. We know the boys are grinding through all of the stuff locally, you know, the 2s and the 1s, especially from Renshiro's side.
Yeah.
But like, we just want to see consistent progression throughout the split, so that when it comes around to, I mean, we obviously want to see where we are in this Open 4, but by the time we get to Open 6, Rounds should be in the conversation for those top 4 spots of the region, I would suggest.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, currently, it's actually the entirety of Rounds are the top 3 ranked players in sub-Saharan Africa right now. So if ranked is to mean anything, but of course, Rounds should be the #1 team, and they should have no struggles whatsoever. They made quick work of all the teams yesterday. It was a nice and short stream. However, when it's come to the Swiss stage, short streams certainly have not followed Rounds, and it does not look like the easiest bracket to escape from early. Quanzek, any teams on the left-hand side of your screen that you're looking with any bit of fear, or that you want some revenge against, perhaps?
Oh, man. I mean, we talked about this group amongst ourselves and with the Rounds guys as well. It is a doozy for sure. I mean, you're stacked with 5 Fears. You have Synthesis in here. We have Strive. And even some of the teams on the bottom end, you know, Not Bad Double sneaking in there, the Dark Horse team, and as well as Punishers, Wave. I mean, there's so many teams that, under the right momentum and the right circumstances, can definitely create some waves in motion. So, you know, Rounds, we're hoping for that progression leading up to the end of the split, especially with the move and all the changes that have happened with the team. Might have to happen sooner rather than later, given the group they've been handed to qualify into top 8.
I'm looking at that top matchup as well. Of course, with the BU system, it's first versus 9th, second versus 10th, and so on and so forth, as opposed to the 1 versus 16 that you might come to expect from bracket building. But that's led to a very interesting opening matchup of 5 Fears versus Looking for Organization.
Yep.
That is Tekos, Snowy, and Guns versus Werty, Zany, and Torres. I do not envy either one of those rosters, especially Looking for Org. That would be really expecting to get a win out of that first game. But as well, I'm looking at the likes of Strive Esports versus the Wave as a potential interesting matchup. The Wave being a team that has caused a few shocks in the brackets a few times in the previous split, and with that time in the off-season to really get themselves together, who knows if they'll be able to take down this Strive roster. It's expected to actually be the team we play in that 1-0 bracket, should all the teams that should win. That, of course, includes Willu on that Strive roster, alongside RLCS and Eagle. Of course, Willu being a former player of rounds. But any other matchups there, particularly for you, Rhino, that are taking your breath away?
No, it's tough. Round 1 of the Swiss stage always seems a little bit, you never really know what to expect, but you also, some of the games are a little bit whitewashy. Another one I do want to bring up is Bro Crocros versus Vinland. I mean, Vinland is represented by Zentox, Galaxy, T-Shao. I mean, just saying those 3 names is enough to kind of indicate how good that team is. And if Steak, Technic, and Jeff aren't fully, Steak, Jeff, and Ravi aren't on. Technic is the coach there, I believe, or the sub. But if they're not, lights out, if they're not playing as strongly as we know they can, and that is a roster that we have seen be a little bit inconsistent, I think Finland could pull up a surprise there. So that second one as well, I'm quite interested.
Well, it is an interesting split overall for this team. Of course, looking for that first top 8 result. The prophecy has to come true eventually. Bromeo must be silenced eventually. But of course, there are bigger stories surrounding this team. It's not just about the RLCS anymore. It's also Renshiro looking to represent his country. He's already trying to bolster up their points for a spot in the Esports Nations Cup, I believe it's called. And for those that don't know, it's another one of these Nations Saudi events. However, the qualification rules, and Kwanzaa, I mean, you were reading through it before this stream began, they're rather unusual. And from our understanding, it's that every region has a set amount of spots, and based on how the players from that country perform in RLCS, namely the amount of points they get, is what qualifies them. And Kwanzaa, there's no greater honor than representing your country and getting your country into a tournament like that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, that's for anybody. You across the entire world, that's the end dream. And so there's a lot of weight here for Renshiro to prove all sorts of points. This isn't just 2 birds, 1 stone. This is, a whole tree's worth of canaries propped up there that you can take out with a single boulder. I mean, he has to prove his weight in with this move, make sure it's worthwhile, so that his team can qualify into that top 8, end up on mainstream, and now additionally not only play for Finland in the ENC Esports Nations Cup, but also do well enough so that he can be the representative and carry that flag on his back. There's so much weight behind here with multiple factors going on, and we know he's going to perform. There's anybody who's ready for it, who wants this type of pressure on his back, it's Renshiro.
And there has been news as well in the Rocket League scene, which is very relevant to Renshiro and Esports Nations Cup, and that's that, unfortunately, one of the usual rostered players has actually been banned from competitive Rocket League until January next year, which does leave that space open for Renshiro. And I know that the original team were a trio of friends. They've competed in like every Finnish-related tournament together. However, still losing at the hands of Renshiro. We do have the Finnish champion on our team who hasn't had the opportunity to represent Finland yet. So surely now, if he can get them the points to get to that spot in the first place and perform well enough, 8 ping from the middle of Cape Town, he should prove his worth to get himself onto that team. But it is, of course, going to be up to the players there. I believe the Federation gives them quite a lot of power in that regard. So it's not just about getting these performances. There's a lot of individual effort actually required there for Renshiro, which is already a lot of pressure when you're playing for what is the equivalent of your boyhood club Rounds here, Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real kind of affinity to organizations in esports anymore. It doesn't often happen where you've got a player who represent the organization year in, year out, competition in, competition out. The big one is Renshiro right now. Renshiro and Rounds, they go together like cookies and cream. It feels very much like this is a match made in heaven, and Renshiro has flown the flag for Rounds for many years. And it's really clear to see why, because Renshiro provides the organization with quality. The quality provides Renshiro with the faith that he can continue doing what he does. And the fact that they've sent him out to South Africa for this split just shows you how symbiotic that relationship between Rounds and Renshiro is, and I am certain that it will continue far into the future.
And I put out a tweet about this whole entire situation of him going to Cape Town, because no org actually has to do this, especially if you're one of those orgs that is just, you know, trying to make the money and dip. A lot of people see esports as more of a business than actually a competitive sport for pride and for culture. But for me, Rounds just have that perfect balance. So honestly, shout out to them for being able to take that risk, and of course for allowing us to put on what is well, we hope, in your guys' opinion, a pretty high level broadcast, which I'm pretty happy to say doesn't come cheap. And that is just how committed Rounds are to having a broadcast like this. So again, many appreciations towards them, and to all the sponsors that made it happen. I know that right now Renshiro is actually playing on a Lenovo laptop, which was gifted to him by Lenovo themselves, and the laptop is actually better than his desktop PC at home. So he's got less ping than he would ever have at home queuing EU, because he gets somewhere between 3 and 8. It's basically a LAN setup. And then he's got a PC that's even better than his at home. He is the most primed right now to take this top spot. But as well, this isn't just a Renshiro show, although in certain series it certainly feels like that's the case. So we got Onizuma and Marzi rounding off that roster, and Quantek had to get reminded that was previously Willen, because honestly, I forgot as well until I was trying to scroll through his Twitter, and then I had to look up Willen, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that's the same guy. But he just looks like a completely different player. This is the strongest version of Marzi, of whatever you want to call him, we have ever seen, and there's going to be a lot of impact that's required from these Reunion A player to not only represent their community, which is rising up, but also to pair that alongside such a wonderful opportunity like Rounds, Quan.
100%. I mean, for a lot of people, you know, I've thought about rebranding in the past and seeing like every now and then I'll think of a new tag to throw in there, like, oh yeah, that'd be really cool, like it'd be really easy to sponsor, whatever else. Rarely does it come with a whole shift in your own individual talents as well, but sometimes that placebo check pushes you to that extra level, and we're seeing that with Marzi here and his performance. And I think, you know, we've talked a lot about Renshiro here, and justifiably so. I mean, he's flown thousands of kilometers. See, I can't even speak that word. My American is not wanting me to get it out. But he's put in the time and the dedication, but it's a team game. There are two other quality players around him that are each trying to prove their own as well. And this is a roster that, after fumbling, slightly below expectations for our first split, is now coming back roaring, hoping to prove a point, and they can do so on this stream today.
Well, there are certainly going to be players of quality around Marzi and Onozuma, but not all of them will have the best intentions. For the first game of the day, round 1 of Swiss, let's get ourselves off to a great start. It is going to be up against Doing It for GB, and you might recognize some of these players for them being formerly of Chrome Esports. Scruffy, Max, and Jan making up that roster. Of course, they have their very own import on the team. It's going to be another Spaniard to add to the mix, and some classic South African representation as well, Rhino.
Yeah, Renshiro and Rounds go together like Spanish players in SSA, I guess, as well. As we start to move forward into this Swiss stage. But yeah, Scruffy, Max, and Jan Doing It for GB. A team that have stuck together a little bit. I definitely remember seeing them in Split 1, coming back for Split 2, and yeah, making sure that they try and please easily the greatest of all time in the region, Greybeard. But unfortunately, they have run up against a bit of a brick wall in this round 1 for themselves, as Renshiro, Onozuma, and Marzi are going to look to start their Swiss and start their split very, very well. And based on the quality that I see on this field, I believe that they should do as well.
And I believe as well some of these players originally came from some sort of collegiate system, Scruffy and Max, over in South America, and I believe that's what Chrome ended up picking up in the first place. But we've got the school kids in the block, and they are looking to get schooled by Rounds. Of first matchup with our wonderful Renshiro over in Cape Town. It is time to prove that that was all worth the risk. First round is underway.
Here we go then, Quanzek. We are live. We have started. It's Rounds versus Doing It for GB. Marzi looking to get us underway. Just cannot make that play, but Renshiro now collects on the right side, looking for the shot. No, Scruffy sends away. Onozuma saved away again. Doing It for GB, pushed against their own back line for now.
The type of early pressure we want to see here from Rounds. Already 2 really quick lethal shots that Doing It for GB has been able to cover, but can they handle a third? That one off the bar and back down. It will stay out. As a result, Rounds not able to capitalize. Third time was not the charm there, but for game 1 and already coming out this hot out of the gates, you have to feel confident heading into the rest of the day. Good communication there for Renshiro to take over, but he'll go ahead and swing wide on the rebound attempt.
Yeah, now it's Scruffy trying to bring it away, but a really early challenge from Marzi. That's nice work. Tries to catch, just can't make it stick. Now Onozuma trying to work off that left-hand side, but sent away by Max. He will take it through as well. Rounds the first real bit of defending to do, and they will do so cleanly. Onozuma sends it away. Scruffy collecting on that right side, just under a minute played, still 0-0, and Rounds have had all of the chances so far. Big demo in the midfield. That might open the door for Marzi. He gets something on it, not enough. There's a chance. It's over the bar. Max will take a shot. Max will score. Doing It for GB, lead 1-0.
I appreciate the pressure from Rounds, but you can't get too ahead of your own skis here. Trying to break out our Rounds. They go for a hopeful challenge on the second man, but the third man is Renshiro with 0 boost, so as a result, stuck on an island is Renshiro, and that turns into an awkward situation. They almost get it back off the kickoff, but instead yet another save by Matt. So Doing It for GB will hold on to this lead for now. Renshiro north, actually not north the bar, hits the bar back out. Marzi towards the net, and that one will still not be potted in by Renshiro.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where Rounds have just got to calibrate their radar. Maybe not quite warmed up as much as we would like them, but that's over the last man. There you go. Renshiro with a snipe from beyond the halfway line. Deep inside his own half as well. That one is just a nice put. Now, again, better teams as we go through the Swiss will be able to save shots like that. But for now, Quan, it's a big equalizer.
Yeah, and a necessary one. I mean, there were a couple looks by Rounds that looked like they should have gone in, or they hit the post, or they were just slightly off. I guess that goal going in is retribution for everything that Rounds have been looking for previously. This one by Marzi, carried forward, challenged by Max. Onozuma will meet there, and here comes Renshiro. He has the ping to do the mechanics now, was looking for that one, had the backcourt defense not found its way there. Would have been a highlight reel goal for sure, but we'll try again from the sidewall, helped by Onizuma, but that one's slightly wide left.
He talks about it already earlier. Goodness me, Marzi. That is, well, it's lucky, isn't it, realistically, that there was a player at the back post. But the round's pressure is pretty consistent. They are pushing forwards as a unit, as a 3, which is good on offense. But when you don't score, that really leaves the back door open. And rounds have experienced that a couple of times now. As Max pops it high. Favorite is Marzi, but he won't be able to follow through. Y sends it up. It's now pushed to the corner by Onizuma. Renshiro tries to bring it away, but he's met by the Spaniard. Good clearance by Onizuma, and Marzi now should be able to bring this one away. Has enough boost to do so. Gets a bump, not more. Onizuma into the middle. Maybe looking for the captain. No, Renshiro out on that far side. Gets there just quicker than his opposite number. As now Scrappy tries to bring it middle, but the pass intercepted by Marzi. He won't be able to make much more of it, though.
Onizuma, good pop forward. Marzi uncontested, full take a boost. Went for a very hopeful read off the corner, though, and not able to make contact means that GB can now take over. Marzi, once again from his own half. Onizuma into the corner. Just going to play this slow, play it low. Operating was for one. Bump, air dribble. Had it, got one, couldn't deal with the second. Just not enough boost to remove both defenders, but you really love what Rounds is looking for. They just got to make sure to be patient. The second goal will come. It's going to come now. Renshiro, bottom left corner.
We saw a little bit of it just a moment ago. Renshiro, the number one ones player, as far as I understand it, in SSA now. After moving down there, you can see why. Quality finish, bottom left-hand corner there on that one. And Rounds now lead 2-0. It was a little bit of a slow start for the Finnish org. Oh, Marzi sees a man jump early, tries to take advantage of it, can't do so. But now 2-1 up with 50 seconds to go. They are going to have to make sure that defense stands tall. Renshiro just taking these early challenges. You know why, Kwon? Because he can.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. You know, that's going to be such a luxury for Renshiro to have mentally. There's no more trying to play a half second forward and reacting to what the opposition's doing, or angling your car so that, you know, you may lose the 50, but you don't lose it egregiously because you're getting there when you don't think you will. None of these are factors anymore. He can just play like himself and collect a hat trick in our first game on in Swiss stage today.
There you go. Pig mentions that for a while yesterday, it did feel like moments were the Renshiro show, and apparently it started earlier than scheduled. Renshiro, 3 goals in game 1. It is a team game. Onizuma and Marzi definitely playing their part. 15 seconds to go. Rounds looking good to go. Renshiro just can't get there before Scrappy, but right-hand side, redirect from Onizuma. Chance for maybe one more. It's not going to happen for the moment. Big challenge from Renshiro. Needs to get back down to the ball. 0 seconds means that game 1 will go the way of Round.
It's a really good opener from there as well. The only goal that's gone in from GB is just because Rounds, you know, they started out hot. They wanted an early goal. They couldn't find it. And as a result, set themselves further away from their net than they should have. Got punished on the back end, and that was really the only chances GB had the entire game. Not just the one goal, but continuously, you know, trying to punish Rounds, rotating really deep into the offensive third, their first and second man, and getting an on-man rush going the other way. But that was it. Just a couple of hopeful attempts, and you see just how dominating every single one of these categories is, especially the shots. It goes to show you the amount of pace that Rounds is bringing early here, as they should, Rhino.
Yes. And that's the most important thing that we need to look at, Quanzek, is when you've got now 3 players playing on ping. Don't get me wrong, Reunion still doesn't have the best connection as far as ping goes, so Onizuma and Marzi still playing a little bit off ping, but nowhere near as badly as Renshiro was in Split 1. You can pick up the pace. You can play that little bit quicker. You can play like Renshiro is, taking those ego challenges and making sure to get in the face of his opponents. So game number 2 goes back to 0-0. So Rounds have another job to do, and Onizuma trying to get things underway quickly. Not going to happen this time on Forbidden Temple. And there's another shout out that we have to make for Renshiro, because he is one of the only pros I know who, when he's the one who's created the lobby, actually runs a map board. And we appreciate it so much on this stream. We really do.
You know, that there's a lot of weight that needs to be put into there. So I'll go ahead and emphasize, secondly, thank you, Renshiro, because we understand you're in the middle of competing, you're in the middle of playing, and doing that in the heat of the moment. You know, it's important to us, and we thank you for taking the time to make sure to do it, given how the series could be going at that time. Doing it for GB has gone up 1-0 here. That one goes out to Greybeard, apparently, as they go ahead and take the lead early in Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, but you have to remember, the same happened in game number 1. It was doing it for GB, who started leading, and then rounds started getting their feet under them, and that's what Renshiro's trying to do now. Backboard, no, not quite. Scrappy actually having to make a save. It wasn't going to hit the backboard. Angle, no. The Reunion boys trying to get it together. They just can't make it work, and now Renshiro slowing the pace down, getting it over 1, thinking that maybe Max was going to go for that, decided not to, but he's missed it on the backboard. Now Max recovers well and sends it away. I don't think Renshiro was really ready for that. So just over a minute played, still rounds chasing a lead, but starting to get that offense rolling again.
Challenge there. Scrappy. Chip on the side wall, but both leading men for either team in either one of these pressures have not had the boost necessary to capitalize on the play. Now, Inazuma does. But Max with the backboard defense is ready. Marzi, good half flip backwards. Great recovery. Chip over 1. Scrappy there to hope for a long downfield pass. Will instead read the sidewall where Shiro will step up. But that's a very difficult read off the back wall. He got a piece of it, but not enough to thwart Max's shot.
Yeah, speaking of a step up, Max into the top right corner. That is a lovely finish, and he was the man that doing it for GB were looking at in game number 1 to try and bring them through and get them going. Oh, Onizuma, not sure about that backflip. I think it's just an unfortunate one. So rounds will have to reset. Renshiro pushing it into the corner, but Scraffy getting a demo onto Onizuma. Jan going through the Spaniards. The import, there it is. Scrappy finish, and rounds at sea on defense right now in this game too.
Yeah, they've just been flat-footed since the game started and stuck in their own half. This one just unfortunately on the Zoom and Magni that's tap that dead zone up maybe by 0.02. If that backflip doesn't transpire, they're not stuck in their own half. Maybe they're still playing, but regardless, rounds have looked like a lesser form of themselves from what they showed in game 1. Still plenty of time left, though. We're not even at the halfway point in this game number 2, so I expect them to find their footing, get back into this one, and show GB that there won't be any free games given out in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lovely put. Marzi trying to follow it through. Didn't really read it, but backboard. This is where Renshiro thrives. And he finishes off the bar. That is a Renshiro classic. As soon as you see that backboard not defended well enough, Renshiro's coming through from midfield and finishing the job. One back just before halftime.
I held my breath a little bit when I saw how high that ball came off the nose of his car, but it does go barred down and in, and it's my fault for ever doubting Renshiro. I understand that onus is on me, not on him, as he goes for a second. Oh, really nifty dribble, but wide diving save, playing that off of the post, and rounds will not double dip off the kickoff. Instead, they have to worry about their own net as Renshiro collects a save. Great chip over 1. Can't elevate to challenge Max, though, and so Marzi will just buy a little bit of time and rotate back to regroup, grabbing a full boost along the way. Him and Renshiro both. So they have the utility now to break out their own half, and here they are connecting on that pass downfield. The demo slowing Marzi ever so slightly so he can't catch up to that pass, and rounds will go ahead and go back to the drawing board out the same corner.
Yeah, Renshiro just calling for that one, saying it's mine, leave it please. Scraffy will just about be able to follow that through. Now Max pops it up. Marzi trying to stop him on halfway. Does a really nice job of it, which is going to give Renshiro a run, but Scraffy's up super early. Good challenge. Onizuma next up. He's got Max to contend with. Max wins that one out. A little bit of a heavy touch for Onizuma in the air. We've not seen him really make those catches on the aerials as much as we would like. Oh, Renshiro given a bit of a tricky task there, but he's actually found the pass. 3-man passing play, just a bit ahead of Marzi. Now Onizuma gets over 2, but there's always a third man on the field, and that time it's Scraffy.
Rounds have played better thus far since they stemmed the bleeding and finally found their footing. But now that we're looking at the amount of time on the clock, it is a factor they need to start taking into account. Down 3-1, under a minute left now. They need to find 1 or give them time for 2, but instead they're going to need to find 3 after a downfield open net for Scraffy. I mean, Renshiro's rotating back with just no boost in the tank. I understand wanting to get desperate. I was just calling for a little bit more urgency, but might have bitten off more than they could chew a little bit too soon.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it? You know, you've got less than a minute. Oh,
okay.
1 back immediately from the kickoff. All right, Renshiro finds the bottom left corner. But that's one of those things, isn't it, where you're trying to put all your resources forwards into the attack. You are trying to make sure that you can get at least another goal back, give yourselves a chance in the final 30 seconds, which doesn't end up happening. It does now off the kickoff, and actually Marzi looking for an opportunity. Scraffy gets beaten on the 50. There's a chance here. Marzi won't get there first. When Onizuma tries to follow through. Now this is Marzi on the left side. He has 3 to beat, and this is just outright defensive play from doing it for GB. And a double commit on the goal line won't matter as long as the ball gets cleared, and it does.
Was that the new flip reset sound? I've never actually heard it before.
It was.
That's interesting. It sounds like a futuristic reload, which I guess is the goal. That's what they're aiming for.
Yeah.
You are reloading whatever hydraulic system exists in these cars to give you flip reset. Here we go. Oh, what mind games here from Max. Really well done in order to secure a Game 2 victory. You know, we're not cheering for them on this stream, but they do deserve their flowers when they have earned them. And so Rounds just a little bit too late in terms of the comeback, but I do like what we saw in the latter half of this game. It's just not putting yourself in that hole to begin with.
I think something that we have always talked about with Rounds, and we will continue to talk about, is the fact that all 3 of these players are attacking minded. All 3 of them want to be in the opponent's half. They all want to get in the goals. They all want to be helping out on offense. And so when you've not got that defined third man position really in a team, it can be difficult when it looks like you should be scoring, right? You're putting your resources forwards. You're right in front of net. The defense comes through, and then all of a sudden you turn around and realize, oh, we kind of banked on the facts that we should have scored there. Now we have to try and recover in pretty much impossible circumstances. The one I remember certainly there is all 3 players being like right close to the backboard on the opposition.
In the
2
corner.
of them without any boost whatsoever. And you're like, you should never be in that position. Never once.
Yes and no. I agree with you. Like, you are correct that a textbook Rocket League should be played much more disciplined. But there are alternative. Okay, that's just gone in. We'll take that. A little bit too much commotion off the initial kickoff for GB on the Zuma. Just a bully. Removes 1 and forces Scraffy around him. But when Scraffy went around, he lost the angle to save it on the far side. So Rounds early lead, and I'll quickly touch on this point here, Rhino. I think you are correct that textbook Rocket League, you want somebody deeper back, and that's the way that I like to play. But there are spin-offs from there that teams can manifest and utilize. You just have to make sure what you're doing is, you have to be damn near perfect, because when it comes to these alternative ways to play Rocket League, one mistake and you do end up in that situation like we just saw, where everybody's on the backboard, 2 members with no boost, and you're just out of hope to save that ball. It's either being super aggressive in your rotations in the offensive third, where you're always first to the ball, and you manage that by controlling boost. You're attacking their corner boosts and the small pennies in front of the net so that they stay starved and you're always first to the challenge. The other way is just being slow and disciplined. You don't touch the ball unless you 100% know where it is going. No more hopeful touches, and we can maybe chase to catch up to it. Those are the 2 spin-offs, and I think Rounds can benefit from it, but when they do fall short in attacking both of those systems, you're going to see situations like what lost them Game 2 on Forbidden 10.
Certainly. So, Game 3 has started certainly better. for the roster, although they are still second best on a few of these challenges in the midfield, which is going to concern them a little bit. Onizuma going to look to pick this one up. He goes by, but it kind of works as a fake. The problem is there's no second man really to follow through in the midfield. So now Marzi takes out 2 of the play, looking to follow that through. Good challenge from Onizuma. Can he get up in time for the redirect? He can, but he just doesn't hit it. Renshiro does hit it, just hits the crossbar as well. Marzi just trying to slow down the attack, does enough for Renshiro to get back and make a play. Pass downfield, Renshiro can't get an extra touch on it. Yan now trying to bring it through, double commit from Rounds. There's a demo on the play, there's another opportunity. Max will bring it away. Onizuma keeps the pressure on with just under 3 minutes still to go. And it's a recovery here for Renshiro on that right-hand side. Gets the better of the challenge, but Yan gets a good clearance away. Another shot on from Onizuma. It goes a little bit wide, and Yan does enough to clear.
You know, Rounds they're moving fast, and I appreciate a lot of the communication that's coming out from them right now. There's been a couple bounces that this ball's taken where somebody could get a hopeful touch, but more often than not, they're calling for a fake as that somehow threaded its way through 3. Great attempt there by Marzi. Onizuma now going to follow up off the back wall. Renshiro already up, drop down, and it was just a matter of time. It felt like finally that ball hits the lace, and just too flat-footed, too little boost in the tank, and doing it for GB can only watch that ball ricochet. And Rounds now up 2-0.
Yeah, that's a really nice team play as well, because you can tell there's communication there, right? Renshiro's called for the ball in the midfield. He says, look, if you can get this off the backboard to a decent level, then I'll be able to finish the job, and that's exactly what he does. Drives it low, bottom right corner. Really nice work. Scraffy trying to get GB back into it. Stop the ball on the halfway line. Can't do so. By the way, as far as I know, we are on the GB stream. So hello, GB. Hope you're well today. Best of luck to all of the teams that are competing in the SSA Open number 4 today. Just a miss, but it might not matter. And Shiro to finish the job. Squishy save does come through.
Renshiro full boost. That's what I was talking about, attacking your opposition's corner boost. They've done just that. Now all 3 members with a full tank of boost in them. That first touch has to be a bit stronger, though, as Yan does really well to play that one out. Scrappy, control in the midfield. Good flick over 1. No follow-up, especially with that bump, as he himself is removed from the play. Yan corner. Onizuma somehow gets back, gets bumped, and that bump gives him enough momentum to catch up back to the ball, but it's not gonna matter as Yan, good self-pass, give and go with the backboard. Full boost. He does exactly what I want Rounds to do on the opposite end. Grabs that corner boost and takes full advantage of it.
And I was actually just about to bring that up as well. That right there is exactly how Rounds want to play. That very aggressive style, steal all the boost, make it difficult for your opponents to make a play, and eventually they can't get out in time, and all you can really do is score. There's no other way of going about it. You either have to go downfield and get boost, which means your resources are limited on defense, or you just sit there, try and play low boost defense, which is not very nice at the best of times, and hope that your opponent makes a mistake. So Rounds learning a little bit there on just how to play that style. Doing it for GB, do a very good job of that. As now, once again, they push a couple of resources forwards. Onizuma will catch, though. Gets that reset. There you go as well. The little reset graphic you see under the car. It's a nice addition, I think, from Epic. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, and I mentioned it in a stream the other day as well. Makes it a lot easier for casters to tell when a car has actually got their flip and when they haven't.
Oh, certainly. I wonder if it's a setting that freestylers are turning off, though. That might get annoying after a certain point, as that's a great shot by Onizuma, just with pace from the corner, slots it and grabs a cushy insurance goal, especially with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Makes this one very difficult for GB to climb back from.
Yep, that's exactly what Rounds would have been looking for. That extra goal after doing it for GB, got themselves back in it. You need to be the one to score the next goal, and Rounds do just that. It's a lovely finish as well. On left-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, I should say, goes across goal, and there you go. 0 seconds hit. Ground is hit by the ball, and that will be that. Rounds take game number 3, 1 game away from going into the 1-0s in Swiss.
All right, well, we've done a lot of the heavy lifting. Let's not fall into an odds and even pattern like a lot of best of fives want to mimic. I mean, our game 2 on Forbidden Temple was a bit lackluster, and so hopefully close it out in 4. Do not attempt to game 5, especially in round 1 of Swiss. Start yourself on a good foot, and just hope you don't draw one of the teams, such as LFO, that really shouldn't be playing who they are in round 1, but that's how the Swiss bracket has been drawn. One more game to go. I'm just hoping that my heart rate does not get going here in our first series right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you that it looks likely that if rounds are to win this game, we will be playing Synthesis.
Okay,
In
well,
that second round, which
I don't know how much better that is.
that's a real tough game. That's a real tough game. If we do get confirmation of that, I will let you know. By the way, LFO took a game off 5 Fears earlier today as well, so that's an interesting one. Strive Esports are through 3-0, so that's a nice easy one for Strive. Oh no, I'm sorry, it is Strive we're meant to be playing, isn't it, rather than Synthesis? It's only updated because their result has just come through. They're the only one who's actually got their result. So Strive will be up next if rounds are to take this home in either this game or the next. But they will have to improve on that performance from Forbidden Temple. We enjoyed what we saw from them in games 1 and 2. That's a really nice demo, but Renshiro can't get around the ball. There's still a chance. Ball in front of net. Onizuma keeps the play alive, but Scruffy will send it away.
That's a situation where, oh wait, maybe they get back. Anyways, great recovery by Max in order to deny that look. A challenge there by Marzi. Renshiro can now take over. One of the situations where you just wish that communication came a little bit sooner. I don't know if that demo was planned for, if it was only the angle after grabbing that full corner boost, but Renshiro was handling that ball like he had to score by himself, and all of a sudden the goal opened up, but he didn't have the boost to wrap back around the ball after trying to go for that wide flip reset. So Browns won't get a gimme to open here, but they are still looking hungry for the opener. Max, really well played to posture his car above where that ball was going to be chipped up to off the recipient. Onizuma working against Yan. Flip reset early. Pop over the top of him. Marzi down to Onizuma. Can he wrap around it? No, you saw the vision. Just couldn't find the angle.
Yeah, really nice idea from the Reunion boys. Good team play between them. Just cannot convert. And Marzi in an awkward spot there, so requires his Reunion brother to save him. And now gets some offense going, but won't be able to get beyond the Spaniard. Yan sends it away. To get the better of Renshiro. Can't do so, but he's got a second man. Scruffy wins another challenge. Marzi pops it high on the left side. He has Onizuma at the back post. Decides to try and fake out Max and fake him again. A little bit of mind games being played from Marzi. It's not going to happen for him on this occasion. Onizuma, a good second man challenge. Almost turned around on that ball. Couldn't do it in that moment. Yan looking for the pass back. What a recovery from Marzi.
And that's over the top of Scraffy as well. Renshiro uncontested now. It's only Yan in the net, and they're doing their due diligence to make sure they remove him. Max, really good back check in order to help out there, but there's just not enough resources to scramble it of a position for GB, and rounds are going to put that one away and go up 1-0.
That's an important goal because it felt for a while that rounds were on top. They just couldn't convert. They couldn't get that goal that was necessary. I've got to say, I'm really impressed by the teamwork on show from doing it for GB. I've not seen too many double commits or kind of overextensions from them. They are really, really solid on defense, and that is going to make it difficult for a lot of teams in this bracket. As that one comes off the backboard, Renshiro does enough to bring it off the backboard again. Gets past Yan, but the clearance not as powerful as he would have wanted. Scruffy off the ceiling, looking to go the distance. Renshiro just gets enough on it to prevent the goal, and rounds can spark the counter-attack, but that doesn't bounce off the corner as we would have liked.
Really well done by Renshiro. The positioning of his car had to be perfect. Any deeper into his own net, it's an own goal. Any shallower, and he can't get a piece of it, and it might ricochet off of the attacking member from GB. So definitely props to him, one that won't get highlighted properly, so I'm trying to take the time now. And Azuma helped out by Marzi. That pop doesn't get found by Scraffy, and that means that rounds can continue delaying possession of this ball and they do so to enable themselves to grab 2 full tanks of boost. Marzi diving on that ball, akin to a Falcon here. Zonazuma drops the boost to go for the ball. Renshiro. And lots of 50-50 play from either end here right now. Both teams trying to get any sort of possession so that they can set up their next offensive. And GB understanding what's at stake.
Yeah, certainly. They know they don't want to concede the next goal, but they also need to score one. So it's a bit of a catch-22. That's really nice play from Onizuma to set someone up, but doesn't get there because once again the 50-50 is found by GB. Excuse me, as Renshiro looking to clear this ball down. Marzi wanted the backflip, I think, just to try and push that into the left-hand side. Wasn't able to. Onizuma steals the ball. Scraffy next up, but he gets dunked by Marzi. Who's over there on that right wall? It's nobody. Max sends it away. Onizuma off the ceiling, looking to just drop it down again, but I don't know. I'm seeing a few passing plays that should be solo plays and a few solo plays that should be passing plays, Quan. It just feels like the reading of the game state at the moment from rounds isn't really there at that moment. Renshiro might have found an opening, though. Yan gets back really well.
I'll allow them a pass early here. It is game 1. Maybe they haven't settled into the flow. I do think you are correct that they might just be trying to get too cute with some of what they're throwing out there, and whether that's misreading it or whether... No way! That one gonna go in at 0 seconds, and GB have managed to find an overtime. No touch there on the ball to spike it, and Marzi cannot rotate back over. Will start counting up, and GB have a unexpected way to force a game 5 here.
Yeah, they do, but by the same token, I don't know. Oh, that one's just over the top. Good save by Marzi. That's really solid from the youngster, making sure he got back in time. And now Renshiro, heavy touch. Won't really be able to catch up to that one, but he brings in Onizuma into the play, who's been a little bit quiet today until now. Off the crossbar and in. Rounds take home game number 4, and they will march on to the 1-0s here in Swiss. Not the most convincing game we'll see from them, but it certainly is enough. And I've just seen Greybeard's reaction to us scoring that goal. It's fair to say he had a favorite team in that one, and it wasn't us.
Well, I mean, that's always going to be the case for Greybeard, especially he has his teams, especially when one of them is named after him.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wasn't rooting for Greybeard, then their name was pointless to begin with. They're trying to get some brownie points from the man of the region. But well played to rounds. It was not the most convincing, as you said, Rhino, but we'll take a win nonetheless. A win's a win. They don't ask how, they just ask how many. And a 1-0 series lead is going to be in the pocket now for rounds as they advance on to the next stage of Swiss. And when Strive is confirmed our opponent, yes?
Not confirmed just yet,
okay.
Because there are a couple of games still being played, but we do want to welcome back onto the desk Sir Pegasus, our host of today, so that he can give us the information that he has seen from that game. Ooh. Pegasus, how you feeling?
Pretty okay. Listen, we might have wanted to have that one in one less game. The first game was a little bit scary, and especially with that 0-second goal, I just felt like the curse was returning there for rounds, which always just seems to be the case for us. But when I had my assessment of this group, when I saw it formed last night, I knew there would be no easy games. And ideally, there won't be any easy games. The more games you win, the harder the games get. That's just the nature of a Swiss stage. I'm looking to get us out of here quickly this time. No more round 5. So it's a good one to get us settled in. It certainly is. And Quadra, you like to see a team somewhat challenging that first round. I don't really like when we absolutely decimate a roster because we remember what happened last time.
You bring up a really good point there. It's my preference, from my playing and coaching days. I don't want a softball first series. Even if I make it hard for myself, it's even then more beneficial than just walking into a free win. Because either way, if they go ahead and make me earn it, I'm already locked in for the rest of the day. If I make it hard on myself, I go, oof. I can play so much better than that. I got to make sure I step up, and I can't be letting what just happened repeat itself. So hopefully rounds, whichever way they want to take this, maybe it's both, say, hey, we have another gear to hit. Let's do so in series number 2.
There are still, of course, some more games to go. This is the start of a rather long journey for today's action, and we do already have a few results from the Swiss stage. I say that, we're only waiting on the one Abelli versus Not Bad Double, I believe they were called. All the teams that were expected to win ended up winning. However, the Punishers going to game 5 against Nomex looks to be definitely the standout matchup between all these teams, Rhino.
Yeah, it was a reverse sweep as well. Nomex went 2-0 up, and then the Punishers won 3 on the bounce. So, yeah, that is definitely the one to look at. But by the same token, I think I mentioned it on the broadcast, LFO taking a game off 5 Fears. That's a big result. And in such a way as well, they beat them 6-1 in game 2. Just a really bad showing from 5 Fears. Maybe it's game 2 that is affecting a lot of these teams right now. And Brutal Loggers as well, taking a game against Team E1. That's a very solid team. Galaxy Twins are tweaks, losing a game in round 1. Once again, proving as always that you just never really know what's going to happen in Swiss. Anyone can beat anyone.
And you were speaking about a potential matchup that could be next. And even though we are waiting on that last result, I believe because it is all locked from the 1st to 5th seed right now, well, 1st to 7th seed right now, it should be confirmed now that we're going to be playing Strive Esports in that next matchup. That's just my assessment. Maybe the admins will correct me later, but I hear a lot of signs of agreement coming from Quantec as well, which does fill me with a little bit more confidence. But
well, I think of the 3 of us, I'm the one that's mess up on puke calls more than anybody. So maybe don't take my guess, as I'll have a whole lot of weight.
Fortunately, for the first 2 rounds, it is completely reliant on seeding, because there is no BU score to really base it off of by that point. Everyone in the 1-0 is going to have a +1, is going to have, sorry, a -1 BU score. Everyone in the 0-1 is going to have a +1 BU score, because their opponents have won a game. But Willu, Hello West, and Eagle, we played this team before previously, and of course we are very, very aware of the capabilities of Willu. After seeing that last performance firsthand, Quantec, how are you feeling about that 1-0?
I'm feeling good enough. You know, as we talked about, rounds, it wasn't the most convincing win, but we don't really want it to be that convincing, because we got to settle into the day. As backwards logic as that is, I think rounds are going to be much more confident in themselves heading into this next game. And we might get a little bit more defensive pushback from these 3 members on the other roster. But as long as we're making sure that there's intention behind our touches and our positioning, and we don't enable that third to be way out of position to now those long field goals to go in, I think we should be A-okay progressing into the 2-0 stages list.
I believe looking at the 1-0, if calculations are correct, the only team waiting to see who their opponent is going to be is 5 Fears at the moment.
Yes.
The rest of the game should be confirmed as Bro Crow Crows going on to play BL. We've got playing E1. We should have Synthesis playing the Punishers and Strive playing rounds. And whoever 5 Fears play against, you do kind of assuming in this case that they're going to take it. I mean, they did concede a game against LFO, but LFO are in their own right a very good team. That was a really unfortunate matchup for them to start off with. Typically, 5 Fears are seen as that 3-0 to go through unless a certain KCP is about, but they're kicking it about in Group B. We didn't get that unlucky again. I'm sure we all remember the last time we were in a Swiss stage and somehow every single demon that we could have possibly had in one bracket ended up popping up, but not this time, but pretty darn close. So overall, I'm feeling pretty confident for this next round. I hope we're all feeling the same as well. But unfortunately, before we get to that point, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I'm going to say. You know when I have that tone of voice, it's never a good sign. We're going to have to go on a very short break, but we'll be back for the rest of the round's action.
What if I told you, from now on, the only thing you need for gaming is this desk? Uneven Base is a complete esports setup. It includes a powerful computer, keyboard, mouse, and monitor. All in one, lightweight build. Uneven Base is foldable, portable, and easy to set up. Perfect gaming experience wherever you want. And of course, yeah, there's RGB. Uneven Base. Now it's about you.
Pidä taloutesi hallinnassa pelin sisällä ja sen ulkopuolella.
Siis mikä voi olla niin tärkeää, että äijä ei näy 2 viikkoon? Äijä on tullut takaisin. No niin, let's go. Pitkästä aikaa pelikenttä.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die? Since I was 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life. Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. we're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is open number 4 in preparation for the Paris Major. We are here live on the Rounds team stream, and we're progressing into Swiss stage number 2, ladies and gentlemen. A secure win in our first game against a Team Greybeard, who was very upset on his own stream to see his namesake team fall short, but that's just the cause for the trial that we're on. We gotta disrupt everybody in our way, and our next matchup after our Swiss stage round 1s have concluded, Pig, is going to be Strive. The last result we were waiting on was Ibele versus I keep wanting to say no big deal, but it's not bad double. That was the last result we were waiting on, and now our second stage is set, Pig.
It is indeed. Strive Esports, another return of Willu to the Rounds broadcasts, and it feels like at this point we've seen him more as an opponent than a teammate, which is quite sad to say, but we're late into the season now. It's open 4 out of a total 6, and this is the big one to make it to Paris, and for Renshiro to make it into the Esports Nations Cup as well.
100%. And, doing so means some good results coming our way. The Strive matchup that we have on deck here, Rhino, it is a storied one between the two of us. I don't know if I probably a rivalry at this point. It's just we're so familiar with one another. How does that affect how these teams go into this matchup?
Yeah, you have to remember that Strive is made up of 3 Reunion A players, and so considering we have 2 of our own, it's very much a game where we feel like it's the battle of Reunion at this point. There are, of course, many Reunion players who involve themselves with RLCS and certainly the SSA RLCS, and they a lot of them make it to Swiss stage as well. T-Shell also comes to mind. But realistically, what we are expecting here is a game where these players know each other very well. And also, you have to remember that the Reunion players are all going to be playing on the same ping. So Onozuma and Marzi are going to be just as kind of put off by that as the Strive Esports team is. That being said, they've been playing on this ping for ages. They know it very well. They know what they need to be doing. And with Renshiro playing where he is, it's going to be exciting to see exactly how we get on. But let's take a look at the lineups. I mentioned it's going to be a full Reunion 18 on Strive, and that's exactly what we get.
Yeah, the lone man out here of the 6 players on the pitch is going to be Renshiro, but this time around the roles have reversed. Renshiro will be on lower ping than any of the other 5 here. He will be able to show his stuff and a little bit of a bout for if there were to be a Reunion national team, these 5 players, Pig, and what they bring to the pitch. I mean, they're super familiar with one another, not just these teams, but these individual 5 players. And on a quest to 2-0, that familiarity is going to go a very long way.
Certainly will, and I'm liking that there's somewhat of an internal battle now in SSA where we're so used to seeing all of these South African flags, and now at this point, I feel like I'm seeing the wonderful sun rays of yellow, the blue background, the red triangle at the bottom, more than I'm actually seeing the South African flag at that point. And of course, it helps when you've got Onizuma and Marzi on your team and they're playing in every single match possible. But moving forward, I'm going to be really interested to see if one of these Reunion A players can start to steal some of those top spots away that have been historically been South Africa dominated.
We've definitely seen the rise of that region for sure, and I think it's all the better for everybody involved. Might be an added benefit that they speak French. Who knows? Maybe that's another factor to throw in there.
Of course.
Have that running down the pipeline. But yeah, I mean, you bring up a really good point, Pig. I mean, when this region first kicked off, it was SSA everywhere, and then we had the import trouble, but now Reunion really taking center stage here. I'm going to throw it back over to you real quick here, Rhino. In terms of context for what a 2-0 start in Swiss would mean, oh, maybe not. We will go ahead and get ready to go to the field. Go ahead, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very quick entryway into his next game, and Hallow already looks to get himself involved. Eagle gets that first shot, and well, very quickly thrown into the thick of it for this second series. Rhino, Strive Esports already plant 1, but from the looks of it, in that last series, we're not really a team that likes to score first.
It's tough. It's very tough, certainly. So rounds get caught out early on. Eagle now off that left side, goes over the top. It looks like a picture perfect same goal that he scored just a moment ago, just this time a little bit higher over the bar. Can't turn on the play as he would have liked to. Marzi not going to get that 50, and now that's problems in the back line. Not a lot of boost, but wow, Eagle misses the opportunity. That really should be 2-0 to Strive. They don't get it right now. Brought downfield, chance for Marzi to try once again, but then clear.
Over to Onizuma. Renshiro can't catch that one inside. Marzi sits deep, and Eagle, well, he was in a 1v1 position. Onizuma did well to wrap himself back just in time. Hallows looking for that backboard yet again. 2 touches. Not going to be able to find the target, but it's a precarious ball out. But Renshiro will look to cream this one to safety. Teammate through. Marzi doesn't get the double, but Onizuma gets the job done. Equality regained.
Yeah, it's important as well. This is a nice team play. Popped up. And then once again, we see it where rounds are pushing so many of their resources forwards to get that goal. This time, there is no reaction from the opposition, and rounds get themselves back level. Just over a minute played. And that's going to give them a lot of confidence. Is that just going to fly into the back of the net? It is. Big early challenge from Onizuma. Top left found. Rounds turn the game on its head.
Well, just when you think maybe this is going to be a game where we're chasing from behind, they immediately turn the tides. And we spoke about how much we want to see this team get tested and still be able to perform despite all of the tough avenues they find themselves in. Here's another one. Willu, the former roundsman himself, makes it equal yet again. I guess we're just in for a high score. Sit back and relax, Rhino. We could be here for a while.
Yeah, we certainly could. And that's not just in this game. It's in the overall series as well, because these two teams are very even. They will both be expecting to win this game, so could go the distance, could go all the way to game 5, and as much as that will rack our nerves, whoa, okay, what is happening in front of me now? Off the backboard, should be sent away by Renshiro, and it will be. He's put off that play just a little bit. Marzi fakes one out, tries to win the 50 against Wilu. Can't do so, but a big challenge from Onizuma keeps the ball deep in Strive's half. Marzi takes the ball away from Hallowist, but there's no follow through. It's a missed pass, and Renshiro picks their pockets on the left side. Renshiro! You can't give him that much time. He will just score.
And he's been given that 180 ping of advantage compared to what he's used to before. So now that's even more of a strict point for anyone looking to play rounds. But I love the time that he took just to get those few extra touches to really make sure he could weave his way between them and then land the ball on top of his car so he could get the flip right afterwards. But already we're seeing more pressure straight off the kickoff. This time not a quick response from Strive Round. Looking to try and score in pairs, but Hello West picks it up in the center. The boost is stolen right before his very eyes. And Shiri's 50 though is strong. That step up from Onizuma had me concerned just for a split second, but communication managed to save him from that danger, and the flip resets almost made it 4 once more. Renshiro keeps this attack alive, and I'm liking the way rounds are warming up into this game.
It does feel like every open we see rounds play, their communication is improving. You would expect that given the fact that they obviously will be playing a lot more together, but it's good to see the call-offs actually being respected. There was a while there where they weren't. That's a really nice put. There's a chance there. All 3 rounds members in the vicinity of that one, but they are able to save it and send it away. Renshiro looking for that early challenge. Hallowist wins out. That's a miss on the opportunity on the left side. So now Wilu tries to send it down the sidewall. Gets the ball into the middle. Is there a finish? No, there isn't. And Onizuma can send it clear. But once again, Strive being very, very dangerous at any part of the field.
I thought that was a goal. It still could be. Eagle with 2 in front, but a double commit happens. And that's going to be a sick goal. It's somehow evenly split down the middle. This is one of those you feel like he has thrown away. Marzi took a while to step forward, and I believe Onizuma actually somewhat landed a bump there. I think there was contact.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate spot to be in, especially when you're just falling gracefully off that backboard. It's hard to take control from that point, but now power's all in your hands. Straight off the kickoff, when Shiro has space on that right wall, they try to close it down. Eagle manages it. Hello West picks it up. Onizuma should be able to get a touch. Marzi was waiting to collect it himself, had plenty more boost to be offloaded to. But Eagle prepares a quick turn, and Shiro's just faster.
Yeah, but not faster on the second time. Onizuma drops it down in the midfield. Cleared by Wilu and looking for the teammate, and Eagle wins that 50. Hallowist out of the corner, decides to go for that rather than the shot, and that's the right decision in the end, is it? Oh my goodness! I don't know how that didn't go in initially, but Hallowist off that right-hand side gets his flip back, finds the pass. Renshiro almost makes the save, but Eagle is there on the scene to make sure it goes over the line. 7 goals in this game, number 1. Rounds now facing a deficit.
Let's make it 8. Marzi. Well, that backboard on Onizuma is on the back foot, will still go up, and it forces Hallowist to jump early. Lots of boost wasted. It's low boost all around, except for Willie, who's on the backboard. It's not a great position to be in. Hallowist, though, makes the most of it with that bump, and Shiro can't turn again. Willu gets there in just the nick of time, wants to go under, and Shiro and Zero still able to take it over. But now with 50 seconds left to go, it's caught up to you quick. It has been high scoring. We've definitely seen goals within these second marks between kickoffs. And this is looking precarious for Strive. Eagle has to save him. It feels like a temporary measure because Shiro's available. Marzi's still up. Wants to play it back inside. It's a great passing play between the Reunion A, but still not enough quite yet. Willu's clearance lands straight on Renshiro, and Eagle will tip it high once more.
Yeah, you know for a fact that in between games, all that's going to be called for in the VC is calm. We need to calm this down as soon as possible because it's frantic. The passes are great, don't get me wrong, and the attempted team plays are really good, but once again, you are just seeing Strive get to those plays and read them really well, and Rounds don't really have a plan B. They as soon as plan A doesn't really work, you then see struggle in their play to recover and figure out what to do next, and then by that time, Strive have turned around and gone down the other end. Really exciting game number 1. Lots to look forward to for the rest of this series. I just want to see Round calm that play down a little bit. Don't act so frantic in front of goal.
And it's really hard after a game like that as well, where it's been so high scoring and it went down to the wire. The adrenaline is going to be so high in between games. Yeah. And you spoke about communication during that match, and Cornsec joked about the Reunion A players potentially being great because they're francophones. But what I find really interesting about this roster, and actually surprisingly a lot of rosters, especially in Europe, we've got Renshiro, who primarily, I believe, does speak Finnish, living in Finland. Yeah. We've got the Reunion A players that primarily speak French, speaking their second language of English with each other to communicate. And that always is going to cause a little bit of complications for these players. I mean, you do have a full Reunion A team on the other side. You would assume that their communication would be a bit stronger in that regards, because you'd assume they would all just be speaking French.
Yeah.
And it did feel like communication was the difference at times. I mean, there were 5 goals, but it was a 1-goal difference, and there were 2, maybe even 3, if you want to be really, really strict on it, that felt like they were decided by that factor.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, though. Marzi, quiet game 1, but this is really intelligent. So Renshiro wins that 50. He goes in for that double commit, but actually he recovers so nicely. He has enough boost to rise highest out of the corner and get rounds started off in the lead. Forbidden Temple wasn't kind to us in Series 1. Series 2, we take the lead 1-0.
This is the first time in quite some time that Rounds have been able to pick up the first goal in the series, especially in an early stage. Azuma just brings that one forward. Didn't have much boost of the tank, but I hope that, assuming he gets that same position again with a little bit more resources at hand, I want to see some of those really brave mechanical efforts. That was certainly one attempted there. Sure, I'm as keen on that one. Hello West, 50 goes low on Azuma's bump, will delay some time, but Eagle's going to get there. And you can see that coming as soon as this first challenge from Halley was able to sneak its way under Marzi, and Onizuma was so tight to the plate. It just felt like equality was a guarantee.
Yeah, and I don't mind Onizuma being there at all, because normally with that spacing, if the 50 goes, well, it goes to a 50, or you know, the ball doesn't quite get pinched away like it did, Onizuma's in a really good position there to follow up and make sure the ball gets into Strive's half. But the worst outcome there was the pinch towards net, and that's exactly what happened. So Strive get back into things after a very solid 50 challenge. Now there's a lot of 50s happening in the midfield. Hallowest having to run back towards his own corner will be met by Rounds, and in the end it will be collected by Marzi over to that far side. Onizuma doesn't have the boost really to make a play, and he won't be able to pick up the boost either, but Marzi takes a demo on the far side, which might make this offense a little bit more difficult for Strive to manage to complete, and that's exactly what happened.
Onizuma just sends that one down the straight. Willu, it's a very easy clearance out wide. Marzi will try to stay tight, but his pressure hasn't necessarily been sustained. I've seen a lot of opportunities, Rhino, where I felt like they have just been blasting out net and hoping that those heavy touches are going to come, but Strive have had control. That was a very controlled offense as well. Marzi able to pick up that save. Saw that corner boost was going to spawn and just about did not get it in time. Onizuma claimed it for himself and now has his opportunity to use it. It's great control on top of his car. Won't reach Marzi until the follow-up touch from a Strive player. Eagle wants to take it all away. Pinches off nicely off the corner. Onizuma wants it out wide again. Renshiro's been able to pick it up, but it's another big, desperate clearance forward. Strive have been able to hold on to this offense for quite some time, but communication just enough to see them escape. Still looking for that goal to make the difference.
Yeah, now here comes Eagle down the left-hand side. He's gone coast to coast a couple of times. That will be a shot, but it's missed. And now 2 players for Strive in a really difficult spot. Doesn't matter. They're still able to recover and get there first before Rounds can. And Eagles found a silly angle off the left-hand side. This is nice play from the Reunion A, as he just gets an extra touch, dips below the crossbar. Marzi can't get there before it finds its home. And so Strive, now, after being 1-0 down, are 2-1 up.
We've seen that attempted a few times by him specifically. And he got a few touches inside. That's another one off the corner. This time acting as an assist for Hallowest. This time it's Willu to make it happen. It's an excellent pass. It's a hard read for Renshiro to get it off the back wall. You'd still back him in those kind of positions. But it's just two clear outplays in a row coming from Strive. They are on fire at the moment, and Rounds just haven't been able to extinguish any of this pressure. Here's another great first touch coming from Eagle. Unfortunately, in 3v3, there happens to be 3 defenders. Willu pops it up. Renshiro just looking to get this one in the danger area. That was needed from Onizuma. Quick response. Shut down any momentum that this Strive team was scarily piling on.
Yeah, I tell you what, Eagles really did not expect Renshiro to be able to get around the ball as well as he did and play it into the middle. Left him stranded on the backboard, and then Onizuma just had to make sure that the finish was positioned such that it was away from any defenders, and that's exactly what he did. Renshiro will go by, ball off the backboard. Marzi has to be up first and is, looks for the pass to his captain. Won't find Renshiro on the left side. Onizuma popped high, wins the 50. Now looking for support, looking for that second man. Marzi's gone backwards, now looking to play this one towards the goal. Gets a reset, really nice from Marzi. Is there a follow? There is not, but Onizuma's been given possession. It's not powerful enough to get beyond Willu. And Hallowes will bring it away, and Rounds will go back towards their half, wondering how they've not scored.
Devastating. But you got to regroup, you got to keep focused, you got to keep that head up. That's in the past now. It's about that play right ahead of you. How are you going to take this touch, Marzi? He doesn't at all. Willu keeps it for himself, and Shiro steals it right back. Unrelenting pressure. This is how Rounds would like to play. But again, once that ball goes through and Strive have that split second to take control, I haven't seen 3 players in SSA that are as consistent. You want to talk about consistency? How about Renshiro on 0 ping on the volley straight down the center? The strength was too much.
This one is a really nice one because the pass inside is picture perfect. Renshiro doesn't have the momentum. He's moving towards the ball, but he doesn't actually use any of that momentum. He stops dead, but he still has the potential to fire a shot goalwards, and it's too powerful for anyone from Strive to make the save. Another passing play. This time, Marzi goes to meet it, often called upon as the third man for Rounds, and that time he answers the call. Onizuma lets him move forwards out of the corner, and Shiro won't be Eagle on the backboard, but with 30 seconds to go, Strive looking to try and win this game in regulation. That's a great fake from Marzi. He's got 1 to beat now. Pops it forwards, gets the reset. He's got the snowplow out in front of him. Marzi, that's magic.
More what we are looking for. Flex your muscles. A new name, a new player, new and improved. Rounds take the lead. It's the dying seconds. Lots of pressure to be applied onto this kickoff now. Eagle and Hallowes to challenge. Well, it looks more likely it'll become 5, and it does an equaliser. Hallowesto, unchallenged Round, playing it a little bit safer, but Onizuma, that's not part of his language whatsoever. Marzi stays wide, just has to hit this one to the floor, and it is equality in the series. Best of 5 reduced to a best of 3. The bump comes out from Onizuma. That's intelligent, but it still stays up. It's not over till it hits the ground when Shiro will play it professionally. Rounds claim their first win of the series, and what a comeback that was.
A second 4-3 in a row, big assist. Woo! They love to show us some goals, don't they? 14 goals so far in the series, and we've only played 2 games. Yeah, this year we mentioned we could be in for a long one, and that's exactly what it looks like we are going to be. So 1-1, 2 games played, and hey, game 4 already locked in. We'd love to see Rounds going into that game 4 with series point. The next game will decide that, Pig, and oh my goodness, it's so even. It's so even. I don't even really want to suggest who can win this next game.
Instead, we'll just get a match right back on the screen, and we will enjoy it and see what happens. At least I'd like to enjoy it. So Rounds, if we could keep that up. But that last game, such a scary one to watch, because for a majority of it, it felt like Rounds were going to lose. They were behind once we passed that midfield point, but they managed to score first at least. They've done it again, this time. A gorgeous setup on the backboard by Marzi. Leaves it. Halu just has too much faith in that double tap. It's too early in the game for him to have the resources to pull that off. Renshiro's just that beat ahead. And it's another simple blast down the center. If that's how he's going to score the goals today, that is fine by me.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another shot there from Marzi. It will be saved away by Eagle. Willu looking for the redirect. A pop-up from Haloist. Renshiro, who rises highest in the round's net to clear the ball away. A heavy touch, though. Means possession lost. Marzi does well to read it, push it into the corner. Eagle's waiting there, gets the pass back. But out to meet him is Rounds. And now the ball across. Over to that right-hand side. Knocks down, but no one's there to follow through. Renshiro, no boost to speak of. But he still tries to make it out like he does. That's not a great clearance. Somehow Halu still sends it away.
Not over though. Marzi coming off that ceiling. Let's get bumped off. Willu's got a heavy touch. Eagle going to take some time to escape. Onazuma's not going to let it happen. It's a completely free backboard. Someone has to challenge quick. Onazuma has been prepared to go again. It's a nice turn from Marzi, but it's an even better pass out wide to Eagle. Halu and Eagle definitely been the dangerous dynamic duo for Strive so far. Willu has definitely been impressive in his own right. I just don't think we've seen as many passing plays offensively than we have done from those other two. Reverse from Halu. Oh, this is so much swagger, but Marzi just as coolly clears it over.
Quality on show from Strive is there for all to see. Take another shot. Onazuma's back in a good position. Nice pass out. There will be a chance. Oh, they split the uprights. Oh, there's a demo on the back lines. Eagle taking out Renshiro. That's the all-important play. Marzi didn't have enough boost, really, to get to that ball. And then Eagle just has a tap-in at the near post after Renshiro tried to turn to make the defensive play, but was taken out. So 1-1, as these two sides are wont to do. We'll see who scores the next goal. It could be all-important. Ball played forwards. It's not on target. Willu gets bumped off the play. Renshiro into the middle, cleared away by Halu. If that's on target, it probably flies in. It will not be. And Rounds will try to build another attack.
But this should be clean for Onazuma. It's a great challenge, though, from Willu. Make up for the deep set position he found himself in. He gets that 50 with Renshiro. Goes back to Eagle. Has to turn awkwardly to get it. But now Willu is head-to-head to goal. Looks for that bump against Marzi. Eagle will steal it away. There's going to be a goal regardless. But they make sure it's secure. And this is what I'm talking about, Rhino. I've been saying it in the games beforehand, especially in their defensive efforts. But there it is on showing offense as well. First touches, just so consistent, even on those awkward half turns. And it really catches Rounds off guard when it happens.
Yeah. We're talking about something very different, by the way. I mean, you saw it on the replay. If Onazuma does get that demo onto Willu, completely different kettle of fish, right? At that point, then Rounds have got the defense that they want. Marzi, that's a great turn, looking to finish the job. And I'll tell you something, I mentioned earlier, he has been a little bit quiet today, and I think it's fair to say that he has, but in offense, when he's been given those 1v1 opportunities, that is lovely. Finds the top right corner. 2.5 minutes still to play. But the point still stands, right? Where we're not 100% sure kind of what would have happened if Onazuma did get that demo on the Strive goal. You would think that Rounds, oh my goodness, would have had enough resources on defense to make it work. We will never know. They will need more resources on defense for the rest of this series. That I can guarantee.
The ground game has been grand overall. And Marzi has done that twice in a row now, where he's just picked up a play from absolutely nowhere. We saw the fake challenge before that had led to that, as you called it, the snowplow coming out for Rounds. And overall, it actually has been a pretty physical game. It has been definitely a lot more calculated. They're not just getting demos willy-nilly, but it's always something that both of these teams have to be prepared for. It's been on the minds for both teams on the offense. And it has been the deciding factor in a lot of these chances as well. Halu needs to make sure he finds a wider spot, or a teammate at the very least. Does get Eagle, looks for that wave dash to 50 against Marzi's heavy. The demo makes that a favourable position. That could have been a very dangerous offense for Strive. Instead, we tip the scales. Willu tips it right back. Onazuma doesn't get that too far into that corner. Halu's going to be able to recover. He's got Eagle right underneath him. No pinches come out this time. But we know how I've cursed that one in the past.
We certainly do. Yeah, and if you don't, at Pegasus on Twitter. Just enjoy it. It's an excellent clip from Split 1. Now on Azuma, booming that ball clear. Goodness, he's got beyond everyone. Can't follow it through. Will be cleared away by Eagle, and he will get the better of the second man as well. Eagle looking to take out all 3 rounds players. Oh my goodness, almost got the bump that was all important. Wasn't able to. Renshiro can't turn on the play. Marzi just trying to catch. Play with the limited boost that he has. Onizuma takes it through with a little bit more boost, but now he's completely empty. Ball play forwards. Caught by Renshiro. Looking for a redirect. Finds it too. Of course he does. The Finn. Able to put it forwards. 20 seconds remain in regulation then. Halois gets beyond Marzi. Played over to that right-hand side, but Willu will collect.
Another one of these games where it is going to lead to a golden goal. Been equal for a majority of this match. It's hard to pick a favourite, but Strive on the offense, always so dangerous to see. Willu's up. Renshiro gets that 50 down. A chance for this to end in regulation. Eagle wanted that to be the case, but rounds have let it drop. It goes to OT. Neutral ground. And there's going to be a lot of focus here to get us started. Willu's on 0 boost. Will delay on the first. Renshiro still manages to get that save out, but early pressure. All Strive on target again, but Marzi's put to work.
Yeah, great save. That's a really nice pass. Halois can't make it work. Onizuma gets there first, and that's so important. Eagle tries to take it through the corner, but he's got no boost to work with. So now Renshiro will send it back down, but Willu cuts it off. Doesn't get the touch he was looking for. Maybe he did. The pass is there. There's no one back. Halois top left corner. And I really thought Willu wanted to pop that one forwards. Onizuma does not get the challenge onto Halois, and Marzi gets bumped back into his own net by Willu. Strive flexing their muscles once more. They take series point.
The calculated physicality again making all the difference. Very few times that it has been used. There's been a goal in almost every single occasion, but that was very much an overtime that was dominated by Strive. Felt fortunate not to have already conceded in that extra period. And while the stats do somewhat speak for themselves here, it's 15 shots versus the 5 of rounds. And whilst there is that efficiency, once we get ourselves in front of net, we need to get ourselves in front of net right now. And for me, it's not even necessarily an issue of getting into that final third. It's staying there. I said it during game 1. I said it during game 2. This is becoming a recurring theme now. You may be getting a bit of deja vu. But if you just try to blast a ball at Strive Esports, they will control it, they will get the counter, and they've been a lot stronger at holding that attack once they've got it. So there needs to be just a little bit more value on the weight of these touches in the final third. Also, a lot of times when we're leaving players alone to attack, that doesn't really seem like the rounds that we are used to, Rhino, and it's been great to not get caught on the counter like we always do, but we've lost a lot of firepower as a sacrifice.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to the point I made during that last game, which is plan A is good, but if plan A doesn't work, where is the plan B? What's the follow-up? What's the next play? And I think rounds get a little bit lost by that at times. We'll see if they can improve on that here in the Coliseum. Onizuma working down that right-hand side. Has Willu for company. Willu does really well to defend it, and he also gets the play on the second man as well. The chance here, though, as Renshiro gets beyond 1, fakes out the second. But as always, there are 3 players on the other side when you play 3v3. Can't get beyond that third man. That's a really nice pass chance, but Eagle reads it. Now Onizuma's next up to bat. All resources forward for rounds, but Strive clear their lines.
Onizuma won't be able to follow that up for the second. Renshiro still stays brave, steps forward. Gets that first. Marzi took it off that corner. Onizuma still able to keep this play alive, though. That looked like it was going to be head and buried. The bump has certainly held, but the use of a counterattacks, I said we hadn't seen in quite some time, but rounds calculate that one perfectly. Just deep enough is Marzi to get that touch and try and reignite this flame. This is a lot better than what we were seeing in the later stages of Game 3. That reset was so vital for the team, and they do have the mental coach, they do have the gameplay coach up close. But this one is going to be all Halois. Marzi's getting already chased by a player, but the mechanics are too strong. This time it will be Strive to open.
Yeah, as soon as you see Marzi being the last man back, having to go over for boost, you know it's trouble. And actually what I would like to have seen from Marzi there is to go onto that back wall just left of that post rather than stay on the ground. It's so difficult to get yourself into those higher positions when you get there, but he might have made amends right off the kickoff. Marzi finishes the job off the kickoff. As soon as Strive go 1-0 up, they've worked so hard for it. Rounds bat them back, all square, 1-1.
Did we concede? I don't remember conceding. Did Strive score a wonder goal? I don't think they did.
Doesn't matter.
No, absolutely not. But strangely enough, some time has been shaved off the clock. 3:36 was the time of the kickoff. And rounds, just a reminder, want to see them pile more pressure, want to commit more men forward. Steele, though, whilst keeping their composure. There's no composure there, Rhino. And again, it's Eagle, who just manages to crane his neck in with a goal. And what's great control from RLCS, makes it look so awkward for the Rounds defense. Is he going to bang it forward? Is he playing for a soft 50? No, he's taking that extra effort.
Yeah, it's really tough right now for Rounds to, quite frankly, to deal with Strive's offense, because it is so unpredictable. You never really know what they're going to do. That's a double commit coming through from Rounds, and yeah, you mentioned no composure, and that kind of shows it to me there. There's a ball off the left-hand side. Renshiro going to follow it through on his own. He's met by a defender, Marzi, off the right-hand side, but doesn't get any height on it, which allows Strive, even with limited boost, to be able to make a play, and RLCS won't be able to get that 100 boost ahead of Onizuma, but that was very close indeed. And Marzi now moving down the right-hand side. Demo in onto Onizuma. Strive just looking to play this one out, but of course there is still over half this game, and we know how goal happy both of these sides have been so far this series.
And Shiro not going to feel that cleave this time, but Strive really do have a chance here, especially with Eagle stepping forward on Azuma. Make sure to nip that one in the bud. They're beaten by Marzi. And it's just another game where Strive have really warmed themselves into it, but Marzi's going for a lot more of these ground game attempts. The fakes come out, the double commit is there, but Eagle's close enough, so it's unpunishable, especially the low boost Renshiro had in offense. He's been able to regroup himself here in D. Now there is plenty of resources to commit forward to an attack, and this is where you want to see Rounds really send it together, rally the troops, go forward. Marzi reset, wants it under, gets the 50. Someone's got to be there. The 50 doesn't land, but Renshiro maintains the pressure. The heavy touch was forced. RLCS lets that one spill down. Renshiro's back pass isn't strong enough, and now it's all Strive. You spoke about pickpockets. They're the greatest thieves in SSA.
Yeah, and this is just, once again, Brown's getting caught out on the counter-attack. Marzi's clearance just nowhere near strong enough in order to be able to get that one away. Either you put it back down the middle, but with power on it so it gets back to the halfway line, or you just play it forwards into one of the corners. Doesn't do either of those things. Gives Strive a real opportunity. And Eagle gets that one over the top of the back line as well. Rounds look for all the world like they're dipping into the one-on-ones.
Really does. It's starting to fall apart, and we have seen, of course, these very, very high-scoring games, but to get that all done in 97 seconds when you've already got such a deficit feels like a tall order. But many times when we do watch Rounds play, they do somewhat ignite themselves when that impossible scoreline is presented to them, and usually it is too little too late. The team I like to see throw the kitchen sink, and RLCS almost took a fifth. But it's just going to be that period now where if we do concede, it's going to look silly. But it's just what you've got to do. You've got so little time. You've got to play your opponents out of book. You've got to be just sending men forward. You've got to challenge for every single ball if it even has a half chance of landing your way. Marzi gets that one to land his way. Onizuma can't get the double. We'll lose. Too strong in the backboard to defend. Renshiro wants to take it across, but it's only going to be a blue card to collect.
It is 50 seconds to find 3 goals. It looks more and more unlikely, especially with the way that Strive are playing on defense. They are perfectly positioned in every way, making sure that that spacing is right, making sure that the challenges that they get are right. That pass not quite 100% as clearance now down the left side, but Eagle intercepts. Onizuma was expecting Renshiro to win the 50. That didn't happen. Now Renshiro on the right-hand side trying to get the ball in, but again, it's got no height on it. And again, Strive can bring it away from their half. A little bit of maybe time-wasting tactics from Harlu as 15 seconds ticks down. I don't think you need to be doing that at this point, buddy, as it will be Rounds falling down to the one-on-one after a very even majority of this game. Game number 4, well, there was only one team in it.
Yeah, it just started to all fall apart. You see the players leave relatively early, but it had been over for quite some time. Still enough to put GG's in the chat for Renshiro. he's going to be the player to do that. But there's a lot to talk about there, Rhino. And I didn't want to be in this position already so early in the new split.
Hang on. It's all part of the plan, Pegasus. All
Okay.
right? Because now,
Oh, you're being the positive one. This has made a change.
dipping
Go
into
on.
the one-on-ones, that means we avoid 5 fears. That means we don't get that mental obliteration of losing 3-0 without
Right.
scoring a goal against one of the
Correct.
best, actually, statistically, the best team in the entire region. All right? It's all to do with the mental. I see what they've done here. It's smart.
It's great game management, and you've got to
It is.
wonder whether the coach was involved with that whatsoever, because I do trust the game plan. You know, it was such an uncharacteristic game coming from rounds, especially with how they played for the rest of the day. So surely, right? It must have been on purpose.
It's the plan. It's the master plan, let me tell you. Let me tell you,
Oh.
Pegasus, all right? No one in this region wants to play 5 fears, so the moment that you see you potentially could, you do anything you can to avoid it. That's what they've done there. And I appreciate that us saying that is giving absolutely no credit to Strive Esports, which they absolutely deserve
No,
for
they
that
did.
series, by the way. They played very, very well.
They were incredible. Honestly, that might be the best version of Strive Esports I have seen so far in this entire season. Their mechanics were flowing at a completely different level. I mean, they're already 3 players that do have that reputation right now. I mean, they're the young guns of the scene that are going to be able to flex their muscles in that way. That's always been a little bit of a stereotype of the Rocket League scene, and it's definitely been proven true for a lot of these new Reunion A talents. But I mean, Hello West off that corner every single time. Willie with the dribbles, Eagle with the control. It was just so much to handle that isn't what you're typically taught. It's definitely not fundamental Rocket League being played by Strive, but it certainly is one that makes for a great show.
Yep, it certainly is. And I believe we can bring back the main man as well, Quan, to the desk to ask exactly what he thinks about it. Quan, not a series that we're happy to see on rounds by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, let me
Oh,
get a little bit of that copium that Rhino's taking in right now. That's a stretch and a half, my friend. But I do appreciate the silver lining.
don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know what you're talking
Oh
about.
man, rounds time and time again. I mean, there's glimpses there, but unfortunately, just still our own worst enemy at times. So, gotta get back to the drawing board. Just under these high pressure, high intensity games, we don't have our footing the entire way through, and that's really, you need a foundation to build on.
Yeah.
There can be glimpses, there can be flashes of brilliance here and there, but if your foundation is not solid, the whole thing's gonna wobble and come crashing down. But I do appreciate that we, Rhino of all people, can find the optimistic silver lining. So, look.
Hey, it was a meme optimistic silver lining, all right? It's not a serious one. So
We will move forward to the 1-1 side of things as matchups continue to roll in. Do we have an updated Swiss? Here we go. A couple results piling in, only a couple matches in the upper side 1-0, and I hear a gasp from one of my co-casters here. You seeing something right now?
Oh, there
Or was
absolutely
that
is
Pig?
something.
Yeah.
I mean, Pegasus might have seen something as well. My thing that I just quickly want to bring up is the Punishers love reverse sweeps today. They got a reverse sweep in the first game,
No way.
and now they've been reverse sweeped by Synthesis in the second game. It's absolutely mental.
No,
It's absolutely mental. But yeah, that's what I want to bring to the table.
Oh, that is devastating. No, I just saw that LFO. They lost a game. I did not expect that in that lower bracket, but it is that team Not Bad double that we played to close out our double elimination bracket that managed to take one away from them. I'm just frankly astounded by that. did rate that team for how they managed to perform in what I guess is the upper semi-finals to beat Flight's React fans. But when Rounds played them, it didn't seem close whatsoever. It wasn't indicative of a team that would be able to take a game away from them. So maybe one to look out once they go into the 0-2 bracket and fight for survival. But that one's really left me shocked.
Well, there are going to be series across the course. I mean, Rhinos already said it earlier today that any team on any given day, at any given moment of Swiss, can beat anyone. That is the beauty of Rocket League. Maybe, you know, aside from 5 Fears, they might be the ones that are indomitable. But for the most part, the beauty of Rocket League is that it's so unpredictable. You know, we can sit here in our thrones in the booth and say, you know what, we can predict one way or another. We're all-knowing beings, but obviously, as you can tell, that is not the case. So we'll go ahead and wait for these final results to pile in, but we will be throwing it over to a short break as we get our third stage of Swiss ready to go for you all. It's been some wonderful Rocket League thus far, and we're hoping Rounds gets back on track in round number 3. Don't go anywhere.
What if I told you from now on, the only thing you need for gaming is this desk? Uneven Base is a complete esports setup. It includes a powerful computer, keyboard, mouse, and monitor, all in one lightweight build. Uneven Base is foldable, portable, and easy to set up. Perfect gaming experience wherever you want. And of course, yeah, there's RGB. Uneven Base. Now it's about you.
Pidä taloutesi hallinnassa pelin sisällä ja sen ulkopuolella.
Siis mikä voi olla niin tärkeää, että äijä ei näy 2 viikkoon? Äijä on tullut takaisin. No niin, let's go. Pitkästä aikaa pelikenttä.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. So baby, let's open tonight.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight.
Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you move.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Since I'm 17, I've been looking for a place to make me be complete. I've been looking all alone out there for anything to make me feel alive. Bring me back to life.
Well, this all feels a little bit familiar, doesn't it, as we move into the 1-on-1 groups again in Swiss. Quanzek, going to come to you first as we just discuss what happened in that last game and maybe something that you would like to see rounds work on and improve on going into game number 3.
Yeah, I was a spectator in our series too, and they seemed so disjointed. That's the biggest part for me, is I think this team thrives. They all want to attack. We've picked that up already. But if they are moving as one unit across the pitch, that attack's going to be so much more seamless. It felt like they were stepping on each other's toes. They weren't really on the same page. And I think when you're down like that, they have shown tendencies to get a bit scrambled. So resolving that mental and just coming into it at even footing, I think will do them much good in our 1-1 and here on first stage.
Yeah, well, you talk about it being the one-on-ones, and of course that does mean that we are going into the final round of Swiss, where every team is still around. We have some elimination games going on down at the bottom. We have some qualification matches up at the top, and as I mentioned before, rounds avoiding that 5 Fears matchup by that loss to Strive. But we, as you can see right there, we play against Fusion, which is going to be an interesting game. We actually should be playing, doing it for Greybeard based on the Buchholz score. However, due to the fact that we've already played them today, that simply couldn't happen. So we get the next level up, which is going to be Fusion. Pegasus, 2 and 1 is a lot better of a position to be in than 1 and 2 in Swiss. It doesn't take a genius to work that out.
Yeah,
Fusion is the Lixer team. How do you feel like our chances are in this one?
It is a good team. It is a good team, and I do really rate Lixer as a player, I will say. It definitely has followed for the pattern that you expect from the Swiss stage, being, of course, if you win a game, you get a harder matchup. You lose a game, you get an easier matchup. I do see this as an easier matchup. I'm not too sure how I would compare them for doing it for GB, who were surprisingly impressive, I would say, in the first round of the day. So I'm looking at this one somewhat tentatively.
Okay. Yep, I think that's absolutely fair enough. Especially given the way that rounds played in that previous game, you know, let's not sugarcoat it. We've already mentioned a couple of things that went wrong in that previous game, and things that we definitely need to work on. So Fusion present a new challenge, a different challenge, and if rounds are able to beat them, then of course going into that 2 and 1, it won't necessarily be the best position given the facts that we are going from the 1-on-1s, and you've got the likes of Strive, 5 Fears, Synthesis, and Bro Crocos up on that 2-0 bracket. I mean, that Synthesis versus Bro Crocos game is going to be super interesting to watch and look at. So we are just getting ourselves ready for this next game. And Quanzek, when you're going against a team that you feel like you should beat, like rounds certainly are here against Fusion, that is a benefit to the mental. But if things start going wrong within the first minute or two, the wheels really can fall off quite quickly.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. It's a weird catch-22, because you come in expecting to win, but if you start losing, it's even more devastating than any other result. If you're the underdog and you start winning, it's, oh yeah, if you're the underdog and you start losing, it's, you know, whatever. We were expected to lose from the onset. But if you come in as the favorite and then start dropping that, it's devastating. So what rounds need to do is just make sure, first and foremost, there's no complacency coming in with this matchup against Fusion. You cannot look at this where it's going to be a situation where, you know, you are the favorite guaranteed. You have to come in as if it's a fresh slate, as if there's no previous history of these teams, which is much easier said than done. You're going to be factoring in your own results, their results, whatever else. But taking it one step at a time, even if you do drop, is going to be very important.
Yeah, for sure. So we can take a look at the lineups for this coming game. Obviously, we know that rounds are moving in with Ranshiro, Onizuma, and Marzi, and there is a Reunion A player on the other side with Raf taking to the field with Zan and Lixer, the Portuguese. So 2 SSA players with a European seems to be the order of the day, Pegasus. And you've already mentioned that you very much like Lixer. What do we know about Raf and Zan, if anything?
I don't actually know much about these 2 players, to be frank with you. Lixer is definitely the one that I look as here as the player with the experience that I want to see him push this team a bit further. I mean, always there's going to be that responsibility when you are that import player on the roster. But I have learnt in this season of SSA that you truly cannot underestimate any talent. This is the season for new players to rise up and take the charge. I'm not sure how much of an impact Zan has had on the scene, but of course, when you see a Reunion A flag, you do assume that this is some new blood entering the pitch. So it's going to be all up to them to see how they can perform and if they can take us away into what should be a very exciting series.
And here we go then. It's Rounds versus Fusion. A spot in the 2-on-1s. 2 lives versus 1 life sounds a lot better to me. And we will see exactly how we get on. Rounds versus Fusion for the 2-on-1. Take us away.
Very big series on our hands here, Pegasus. There's a lot to play for. You know, just like a game 3 is so important in best of 5, this is our game 3 for our Swiss setup. So we'll go ahead and get ready for these players to take the pitch. It's one that Rounds, I don't want them to get complacent, but unfortunately, a couple teams have already found that recipe for how to topple them, how to bring them to their knees. So adaptation is the name of the game for Rounds here as they look to start off on a new foot.
Well, it's been quite a break between these two splits, of course. There has been an entire LAN over at Boston, but now it's a competition all for Paris. You can see it at the top of your screen. This is the big one that everyone wants to be involved with, but as well, there is a PC setup over in, I believe it is Saudi Arabia, that Renshiro will be looking to take. Marzi up high, looks to try and sneak it past one. These Reunion A plays on the pitch, we bring it up every single time. We're still waiting to see who is going to be really the top dog from that nation. But getting us started, Fusion already with a post hit and getting me nervous.
Yeah, a little doink, a little clang. Any other sort of onomatopoeia you want to utilize for that noise, rattling off early. Marzi dropped down, looking for himself, potentially Renshiro. Won't find either recipient as Raph, good pop-up touch that Onizuma's going to try to climb the ladder for. High lofted ball that nobody wants a part of until it nearly hits the ground, and Lixa taking over on his own back wall. Both teams really just filling each other out right now. There hasn't been any effort from either side at the net aside from that one post hopeful shot. And we'll go ahead and see what transpires. That's good infield pass, and Marzi gonna be at the right spot and the right time.
I like seeing an opening goal from Round, and I like that it's taken some time to get to this point as well. These are the teams now settling into the series, and they are ready now to progress moving forward. Onizuma, great 50 alongside Lixa. Raph will try to look for that early shot, but Renshiro's car doesn't appear to be moving. Hold on. What could possibly be the reasoning for that?
Oh, no. Well, it's definitely not a disconnect because he's moved. Might be computer problems. It's a 2v3 that Rounds have to bear down and figure out. Onizuma and Marzi doing well thus far to keep the ball to the corners. Not enable great scoring opportunities. That's a great bump though, and a full take a boost comes Raph. He's get 2 touches, but misses his teammate, and Marzi clears the ball out, and they buy crucial time for Renshiro to find his way back.
Zan, it's great control to drag this ball forward, but Onizuma didn't feel challenged by the final strike. Still able to hold on. It's been must have been just over a minute now since Renshiro has started going AFK, and Onizuma and Marzi, the dynamic Reunion A duo, really have done well to hold forward, but that demo will continue to cull the numbers, and it is competitive Rocket League. You've got to take whatever single advantage you can get. You can see they were hunting for the other bump as well on Marzi, just clipping the inside of the post there and not being able to recover himself for the follow-up shot. It's unfortunate, but no admins during Swiss, and even though there are admins during GSL, you can't use them anyway.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation. Luckily, Rounds have found one, but Fusion, I mean, anytime you're in an odd-man game, the key to success is just physicality. You find bumps, you find demos, You already have the numbers advantage. You can make it even more egregious by removing somebody from the pitch. The fact that Renshiro hasn't DC'd, maybe it's controller problems or whatever cable he's using to connect that controller has gone bad. I'm not sure. All I know was that for being in a 2v3, Marzi and Onazuma's attempt so far has been very commendable.
I'm glad you brought it up because I was about to as well. It's unbelievable that this feels somewhat an even game with only 2 players available. But Renshiro has started moving, and if that's how good we're going to play with only 2 players on the pitch, surely with all 3, this should be a whitewash.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know what the issue was. I'm sure we'll get context on that later, but massive props are deserved over to Marzi and Onizuma. While, yeah, obviously it's going to be very hard to generate any sort of scoring opportunities in a 2v3, they played very evenly, kept possession down to as little as possible, and only conceding 1 goal after 2 demos rang about. We will take it. 1 apiece now.
And Azuma gets that 50 with Elixir. And I said that's the player that I really want to see control this game for Fusion. And he is a very control-based player. He does, of course, get himself involved in a lot of his offensive chances, but he keeps it simple typically. Looks to try and offload it or just hold down that 50 by trying to beat a man or 2. And Shiro. 50s with Raph. Marchi is completely beaten. That's a wonderful dribble. And he'll go all the way, beats the entire team. And you can't talk about numbers this time, because that was all 3 players involved in that 1 attack. But Raph really showed what he's made of. Know his name.
That catch from Raph was immaculate. I mean, basically getting his car sideways in the process of that flip and landing with the ball to cut in 1 swift motion. That's as shifty as you can get on a controller. And Fusion now up 2-1, and somehow they found that lead, as you mentioned, Pig, with all 3 players. Marzi has a pre-jumping on the Zuma that they can't connect on, but Marzi still with the ball. Now Zuma's here, has Renshiro, just not fast enough. You could see the play. Onizuma wasn't trying for the net, he was trying for the pass, but Renshiro couldn't get there in time. And now they have to go from one end of the pitch to the other just to have a chance. Lexa intercepting this pass. Infield from Onizuma never comes about. Renshiro finds a challenge. Marzi barely keeps it up, but that 50 win from Raph will secure the victory for Fusion.
That's a tough one to lose, especially when you've lost about 60% of that last game due to the disconnect. And I am free to reveal that Zan even put a sorry in chat. That's not the first time I've actually seen this before in an RLCS matchup where there's been a disconnect and it has changed the course of a game, and the team has responded like that. But it's about how you move forward now. That's definitely going to be a tilter for the team moving forward, especially with how well that Marzi and Onizuma did to hold the fort for so long, to have all 3 players return to the pitch, and then an absolute wonder goal from Zan, just completely, from Raph, completely played everyone off the park. It's just not how you wanted that one to end. You would have at least wanted to pick up a goal once you had all 3 players on the pitch, but it's a hard game to analyze, Quan. I mean, it was a peak shot coming from Raph and a 2v3. What more do you want?
That is the analysis. That is Raph outplaying Rounds. And that's what that boils down to. That 1 goal is the difference. It's courtesy of a single player. And now Rounds find themselves in a situation that Rhino talked about going into this. Is like, what do you, if things go poor first game, how do you bounce back? It's going to be rough for the mental. It doesn't help those by virtue of a DC, but Rounds look like they haven't missed a step. Early attempt will ring off the post after being redirected over that direction. Rounds trying to set the tone early, and I think they do need it. Just get themselves settled back into the series, because even after Renshiro came back, they didn't quite look like themselves.
No, they really didn't. But of course, you would still be a little bit frazzled from the change in pace, because it is a different style when you are playing that 2v3 versus the 3. You play sometimes a little bit more rushy, sometimes a bit more conserved. It really depends on the type of player and style that 2 players naturally match. Of course, Onizuma and Marzi play 2s a bunch, so Sure, that definitely had an impact in that period. But it's a bit of a shake to the system. One that hopefully has been settled. It's a regular opportunity there coming from Fusion, and Rounds respond respectfully as they should. Onizuma stays close, gets demoed off the play by Zan. Raf will just boom this ball high. Lixa just wants to put this one towards himself. Renshiro is confident on the backboard to bring it forward, and I'm frankly glad to have him back. He's the player that, again, like you said, he's an import. You want to see him make the difference.
Yeah, and that's, you know, Rhino brought it up as well when we're looking at rosters, that the recipe is, you know, 2 natives, 1 import, now that that given rule is in place and seems to be the success. So a lot of weight put on the imports in terms of what flavor the gameplay they bring to these teams, as it can vary wildly from roster to roster. Here's Renshiro. Infield on Izuma, saw the vision, got all 3 to jump, and ended up unintentionally faking the entire Fusion roster.
Marzi, just cut so quickly there by Zan. And Fusion have kept that same layer of confidence that they had when they were playing in a 2v3. They're very rushy towards the ball. They're not going to give Rounds any space to really decide how they want to take these chances. Zan had all the time in the world, Quanzek, but that's a complete capitulation. Renshiro says thank you very, very much.
Yeah, he's in a really tough situation. I think the best play possible for him there is to never touch it the first time. He had no boost, and he was just trying to steer to the corner, but all he did was bounce it off of that corner in field. And then he's in a position where, once again, he's no boost, but now the ball's coming towards us instead of away. If he just left it and left one of his teammates to deal with it on the back wall, it would have been a bit risky, but there's no shot opportunity to transpire there. Instead, Rounds punished in what was a much-needed giveaway by Fusion. And now they're in the driving seat.
There are still some similarities, it must be said, to the last Swiss stage. Hold on, Rapid to flip reset. What a day at the office he has been having. It's a wonderful first touch just to keep it central. Comes off the ceiling. You see that flip reset indicator. Click, click, bang. There's your equalizer. But just like I was saying, it's actually goals like that I do want to look for a little bit more. But I'm looking at the side of Rounds, I'm looking at the side of Onizuma. That's the player that can really cause a shock to the system for any opponents. But I haven't seen him in many positions where he's been given the opportunity with a high amount of boost to go for a play like that. On very rare occasions he did. He seems surprised that the chances are there and doesn't necessarily go for them like I believe he should.
Well, I think a lot of the cause for that too is Rounds have put themselves in poor offensive positions. Rarely have they had the resources and the time to set up a long-winded offensive. It's hopeful attacks by them. They're trying to dunk somebody. They're trying to win an awkward 50, but rarely are they setting themselves up intentionally. They just are being outplayed right now every time they enter into Fusion's defensive path. Onizuma, a little bit of space here to find what you were looking for. Takes a high lofting flick that Marzi will follow up on. That's a great touch by Raf, though. Onizuma looking to punish, and the placement is immaculate to go bar down.
Love this chance. Raf's too awkward on that back wall, and it's been rare that he's left that space on that surface. The Rounds take the opportunity to find it, and what a final strike that was off the crossbar. But you still have this minute and 8 seconds to hold, and Rounds do have a bit of a curse in these final seconds. We've seen plenty of 0-second equalizers. You actually saw one in your first series of the day. Zan almost gets the dunk. Follow-up is still on, but Marzi doesn't double with Onizuma. That is a great sign moving forward.
Renshiro pop-up touch. He's looking for help, and he's going to get it from Marzi, but that's a little bit too cute for my liking. It turns into an opportunity the other way. Onizuma got a piece, but they're not in the woods yet. Triple commit on the goal line. Renshiro gets a piece working in the corner. They fend off themselves somehow, and now Fusion still has a chance at this ball. Marzi finds a piece, but Boost is in Fusion's corner. That missed, though, by Raf, and they pull around. Fusion bites off more than they can chew, ignore the third man, and it's just a long shot that punishes them.
Feeling the other side of this type of goal feels so great. I see why our opponents do it so often to us.
It is just a freebie. It's like it's a free square in bingo. You just don't have to worry about anything.
It's like a coin being found in the sofa, you know,
Yeah.
a dollar bill for you guys over in the US. It's just immediately fills you with joy. That will be the one to secure this second game. The first game, where we actually had a professional 3v3 for the entire 5 minutes, and also it's getting a bit dicey in the chat right now. This has become a bit of a personal affair between these two teams, I will say.
Oh man, well, you love some animosity, some heated rivalries between these two teams. I don't know what that conversation entails, but all I know is it's good to have some bad blood. I think it's good for the sport every now and then, and apparently it's juicy because Pig is rubbing his hands. We have ourselves a series on our hands. Renshiro officially has given us an update as to what happened the first game. His electricity went out, which we know is unfortunately a common problem in SSA, but
Yes, especially.
I don't know why he didn't disconnect if that was the case.
Yeah, that is strange that he was able to hold on for so long there. Maybe he had some emergency internet that just simply isn't powerful enough to play with. Either way, he is going to be hopefully stable for the rest of the day. And now that they do have this extra aspect to play for, I mean, Renshiro already has so much on his plate. Now Onizuma and Marzi have that extra bit of passion to really instill on this game. That should have been a goal for Onizuma, realistically. I don't believe he recognized the amount of space he truly had. Wanted to play it around Casper the Ghost. There was no orange card to get in the way of that first.
You're right there. Just a little bit of a rush touch. I think he thought somebody was on his way back. Didn't get communicated to that it was free. Took a hurried touch and didn't find what should have been a goal. Elixir, good challenge there, but Onizuma and Renshiro are both giving him the respect that he deserves, and as a result, he somehow sneaks away with that full corner boost. Great dunk though by Onizuma. He can stay on this. Elixir just has to boom it away, and as a result, possession will be taken over by Rounds. Collection touch by Marzi. He takes a low 50, and that one will filter out so that Renshiro can take over on the sidewall.
Oh, double demo in the infield. There's another. And this is the first time in quite some time we've been able to see a screen without smoke. Never mind, cut the curse. Oh, and another. Whoa, I said it was going to get personal, Quanzek. There's blood on the pitch.
The cars are bleeding now. No. It's not oil.
Oh, goodness gracious me. 12-6 is being thrown all across the pitch, and Shiro will send another haymaker that Zan is able to block the first. That's a wonderful feint to get it to Renshiro, but there's no power at the back of that strike, so instead it's sent right back. That's wasteful, realistically, coming from Raph. Does get that 100 boost regardless, and does pick up possession in a good spot. Renshiro shuts it down. Marzi will await. Zuma on that left-hand side, and there's a very brief moment of calm in what has been a bit of a tempest of a matchup.
Yeah, lots of explosions sounding off, a cacophony of booms rattling amongst the pitch. That might go in. It's off the bar and down. Where's the follow-up? Onizuma taking his time, going for a pop-up. Renshiro has now filtered around. I love the idea to cut the rotation there, but unfortunately can't bury it in. And through half of this game, despite all the efforts, all the explosions, and that one included, we're still scoreless.
And right now, rounds are passing the eye test, but in this sport, it is very much decided by the stats. One stat in particular, the goals. There's been none on the pitch so far. And it hasn't been due to a lack of chances. Renshiro himself there, it said, has 5 shots to his name. Onizuma will pick another for himself. This one, though, not even sure if it was credited with how wide it went. Marzi manages to dodge one. Raph wants to pick it up himself, but I love how quickly Round's been able to regain possession. All my critiques of them in the last series disappearing with this game, and it does really feel like when these players are given something to compete for, it does light a fire beneath them.
Definitely. I mean, that's coming through right now. I will say, though, we're hitting a point where possession is good, but you got to turn it into something. And there's not a whole lot to show for it thus far, even though, you know, rounds are passing the eye test, like you had said. That one had gone in. That surely would have given them an A+ grade. Instead, though, have to worry about their own net as rallying back come Fusion. That's a dunk, and all of this effort culminates in a goal for Fusion on the back end. A really good assist by Lexa, who, I don't know if that was intentional, but his car just follows his own shot, and he finds a rebounding pass that can get buried for our first goal and the go-ahead goal for Fusion.
The lethargy in this game has gone. They've had their shot of coffee, but that last bean was bitter. And the Zuma's going to leave this one to Marzi. There's going to be no immediate challenges towards that corner, but Fusion play it straight into their hands. Dan sends it over, and Shiro gets that first block. Lixa off the ceiling. Gets the reset. Raph is waiting right behind, wants to sneak it low. The rounds do not let that one go through too easily. 45 seconds time is running out, and they had essentially 3.5 minutes of straight pressure where they should have scored already. Instead, here we stand, 2 goals down, and it's Raph again to join the score sheets.
There's just, it's strange, Pig. We laud rounds for how quality they can be. There's just some decisions that are being made that are very reminiscent of my, you know, GC3 games back in 2022. Committing for that ball there as a deep third man is just strange. I understand the clock's ticking down and you're desperate, but if it's not, I mean, it's like a 90% chance that play fails. It's just too high of a risk to take, but rounds have given themselves a little bit of life. Great drop-down shot here from Onizuma, and now only down by 1, 13 seconds left. There's still a chance.
Rhino from behind the curtain, hands it over to me. Where's Copian? Come on, 13 seconds, let's go. Renshiro takes it high. Oh my goodness, it might be more than just Copian because it's a free backboard. The second man is there on Azuma, doesn't beat Raph, but Marzi can get it off the corner. But Lixa, that's going to be low down control. Renshiro's got nothing. That game ends with another Fusion win added to the docket. They will be 1 win away from taking the entire series.
And you see here the disparity of why there's a little bit of frustration in my comments. I mean, rounds put up 12 shots to 6. And yet they just either 1, aren't efficient with them, or 2, the net is not being watched appropriately. There's so many situations where it's just giveaway goals, or they can't. What I want to see from rounds this game: stop the pot shots. Stop the hopeful attempts. Stop racking up the tally of shots and just focus on burying it. Get me quality. Don't get me quantity. And trust me, I'm a hockey player my entire life. Our famous quote is, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. From our sport. I understand the merit there. I want quality though. Do not outshoot your opponent by 100% and lose the game.
Not much to argue with that. For me, it's about playing that high percentage if you're Marzi and Renshiro. And I'm going to go slightly against what we've said so far. I'd say actually playing more low percentage if you're on Azuma. Because for most people, that's close to impossible when he's on the ball, when he attempts what he does. Not when it's him. And I just need to see that sense of belief return to his system. Renshiro, 50s on Azuma, gets that pinch of the left wall. You know what? I like that. Good start. Imagine that went all the way. If there was a player to pull it off, it'd be him. Early challenge coming out. Go on, do it. Go on the way. Renshiro will end it off. That is more like it. That is what we call for. Round allow us to receive.
Ask and you shall receive, Sir Pegasus. If there's anybody to give this roster a little bit of a spark, it's gonna be Onizuma. He didn't find the pinch, but that setup is surreal. And now, rounds hopefully are playing with a lot more fire. Renshiro with 2.
All off that left wall. No ping, no questioning. Onizuma goes up. He knows he's not going to get a touch. Fusion don't know that, however. Send them to the shops. WH Smith, Walmart, whatever you want to call it. The lead is doubled and there's only 40 seconds gone. The demos are coming out. Keep these flames roaring.
2-0. Just don't let your foot up off the pedal. Tape a brick to it. Or drive that car straight through Fusion's backboard. Onizuma, 0 boost. He can still pull off the craziest things. Full tank of boost now. Over 1. Into the corner. Centered ball. Not too far off the wall, but you love the idea. You love the concept and the vision. Renshiro, early hat trick on the docket. Can he find it? Fusion just working to break out of their own half. They finally done it, but there's 3 cars with full tanks of boost waiting for them in rounds, but they have played that immaculately. All they need was 1 chance, and this is why rounds have struggled. It's the efficiency from Fusion.
I love the way that Raph just stuck to his position there after getting the initial 50. Knew there was the slightest chance he was going to return to his area, and his third man that was somewhat in that hybrid position where they could get involved at any time could have the net covered. Then once he gets that second shot, like I said, that hybrid first and third can be that first man and pull that shot off. That was a really intricate play from Fusion. We could study that one for hours, but story of the cards here is still rounds with the lead and almost extended in that chance, but Elixir got the save.
Onizuma, quick little drift to try to keep up with that ball. Renshiro pop-up touch, Raph off the ceiling. He's actually going to get called off. And that one's just going to sail in. A little bit of help from Zan, and Renshiro will take that pinch redirect straight into Fusion's net for his hat trick.
And those 50s are so ping dependent. This is going to be one of the huge changes you are going to see from Renshiro, who knows where the players are coming from. He knows how he's going to be attacking the ball. The timing's going to be all correct, and the timing of your flip and the direction of your flip is so vital in turning those 50-50s to 60-40s. And he gave us a really good show of what that 8 ping can really do for him.
Well, I thought that one might have been unintentionally hit right back into his car. Raph bumps his own teammate further into the net. That leaves Onizuma uncontested, but he can't find that power flip he wanted to send that one careening towards the net. Marzi just going to take his time as Renshiro waiting right behind, knows exactly where his ball's coming from, has one to beat, pop-up double! Quick land in, and Renshiro is on fire. He is all 4 goals for rounds.
Finland Federation, are you watching? Renshiro's made it 4. Sign him up. If you make it to ENC in the first place, if Renshiro keeps playing like that, he is your guy.
He has 4, and I think I just might want a little bit more. Here we go, Renshiro. Put it
like that
into my pores. No, that one came to a screeching.
And it's thrown.
Infield.
Okay.
Renshiro looking for bars. He's the only word I could come up with in short notice. Onizuma has Renshiro lying in the waits for a 5th, and Renshiro, he's unstoppable right now, Pig.
You know, I'm going to give you a second chance. Renshiro's made it 5, taken away.
Oh, Renshiro, 5 goals. He's not a bore. Go ahead and give him some chores. He'll knock him out like it's...
Come on.
like
Come on.
It's a door. It's carpentry.
Barbecued them like it's Boerewors. Oh, SSA reference. Thoughts?
Oh, it's solid.
Let's move on. Renshiro beaten this time by Elixir. 1 minute 15 on the clock. The Sapicus Quantac cast has made it to the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Fully arrived.
Onizuma passes back. Renshiro on the edge of a box. Oh, it's a threatening chance, but Zan gets there first. Pops it once more. This time it's Marzi's turn. Onizuma wants it for himself, and Shiro knows he's got to chase his way behind. Already has that 100 boost. But a good kind rotation from Onizuma will send this ball off to a better place, more space to teammate. Fusion did well to quickly seal it back. And it's those quick passes, Quan, that just change the course of a Fusion possession in a blink of an eye. It looks like they have nothing, and then out of nowhere, it's on our post, it's on our crossbar, or even worse, it's in our net. Marzi wants to put it in their net, make it easy. There you go, pinpoint 6-1.
That posturing from Marzi is phenomenal, by the way. Look at the way he boxes out Raph, knowing he's going to be jumping from behind him. He goes up first and puts his car right between Raph's car and the ball. So even if Raph bumps him, he's going into the ball. That's such elite play that it's so easily overlooked, and that's going to enable 6-1. I mean, this is... Rounds have come back with a vengeance. Oh, okay. Even into our own net, we're scoring elite goals, Pig. That's how well we're playing right now.
Goal's a goal at the end of the day, right? That's what you're always taught. A goal's a goal. 6-2. And there is 18 seconds left on the clock, and Rounds also extend the length of this game. They're really looking to drill it into their opponents right now. They want them to look at the top of their screen. They want to know who is trapped with who here in this mid-bracket. And now heading into Game 5, the tone from the gameplay and definitely from myself regarding this team has completely flipped.
Yeah, we have definitely done a 180. I'm sure Rhino... a little bit of seething going on in the background. That's been soothed. Get some aloe vera, my friend. I know you burn rather easily. That is over 1,100 points for Renshiro. I mean, if you ever wanted a star-studded performance from the guy you just moved down to SSA, that's gonna be it. So well played to Renshiro. He has put the team on his back, but it wasn't a one-man effort. He was just in the right spot, right time. There were so many balls that got played in field that he was there to capitalize on. Marzi, Onizuma, just constantly feeding them to the center. This has given us life in the booth. We just need one more to secure the 2-1 side of Swiss. I don't want to drop down to 1-2. I don't want to be begging for a 5th series. Please. Come on, lads.
I can hear it. Whispers as old as time, ever since the creation of Psionic Studios, and they say, one more game. 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 Come on! Load rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5 is underway. We have kickoff.
Blup, blup. Come on, lads. Renshiro across for Marzi. Immediately licks us there, but we're all rallying behind you. Come on, Rounds. Onizuma off the sidewall. Zan straight towards the net. Renshiro. Really quality save to start things off, showing the heads in the right space, even though they had dominating pressure for the entirety of last game. Still ready to step up defensively when it's called upon.
You still, when that mindset to match the gameplay, we need to just see balls reach the back of the net. It sounds so simple, but it was made to look like quite the chore during Game 3. And then of pure ease in the 4th. Now it's time for some stability. Play in a way that you can hold for the rest of the day. Swiss stage rewards exactly that. Onizuma. Oh, 50'd off by Lixa there, but Renshiro proves the impact of the second ball. And what looked like a lost 50 ended up favourable for Rounds. Zan just leads that one off wonderfully for Onizuma, and that's what I want to see him do. Carry that ball forward. It's a huge booming play across. But Renshiro, it's as if he saw that one ahead of time. Great inside pass, but Marzi is not going to fall for that trick again.
All three players really far pushed up here for Fusion. Renshiro has a chance to beat all three with one touch. He's going to get help from Inazuma. I'm not sure about that one. It would have worked if Marzi was closer, but I really appreciate the hesitancy for Marzi to commit there. That's a great touch. Wow. Onizuma made contact with nothing but the corner of that Fennec. Got a lot of power generated from basically nowhere. Rounds getting a little bit creative with the way they're having to break in. Fusion's done really well to batten down the hatches and not allow them easy access into their defensive half like they did in the game prior. So both teams still looking for that answer on the scoreboard thing.
Lixa tries to bail away for the bump. Marzi will take this 100 for himself. Beats the first man, but still is required for an extra touch. Renshiro is quite deep set from the play to bump. He's not going to help Onizuma Karts. His hand didn't read that miss. Not what Rounds wanted in the first place, but it's ended up working out. Still Fusion possession. Onizuma though looks to change that, and I like the heads-up play to try and find Marzi. Doesn't just boom it to no man's land. But Fusion still find a way to regain. Marzi, that's a bit more of a boom, but he knows he can follow it and does so confidently. And there's a good sense of responsibility on the roster now as this game's moved forward. There are times where they have seemed a bit scared to press himself forward, maybe let the second man do it, maybe the third, wait for the shot first, play reactionary. There's a lot more first man impact coming through. Renshiro wants to plant some here, but that's a high ball for Lixa. That's dangerous, especially with a flip reset indicator coming on, but there's no bump.
I think you've done some great analysis there. The first man is doing much more heavy lifting than they were prior for Rounds, and that goes to help out their constant attacking mindset that they have. If that first man doesn't do everything that he can, it's going to come back and be a little bit awkward for the second and third to handle defensively. But first man can create as much commotion as possible. Makes things a little bit easier, although right now, things are very difficult. Not a whole lot of boost defensively. Working on the back wall. 90 seconds left on the clock. That's a great clearance from Onizuma to buy some much-needed time and space. And here he is again, towards the net, somehow chasing his own touch down the other end of the pitch. And generating Rounds, really one of the few offenses they've had the entire game.
Onizuma up high again. Lixa gets that first block. Marzi finds Renshiro, and this is a promising spot. There's no one on that backboard. Ref's had to angle himself very, very awkwardly to try and get this clear. And now that pressure, that Fusion of hold for a majority of the game at that vital point in the dying minutes as that final tone played was Rounds. Fusion again find a way to pass their way out of danger. Marzi leaves that. That's only going to land on an orange car. Saved a little bit of boost, but ends up leading to naught. Fusion were pressed wide though as a result. And still, despite the resources, the challenges are coming in, and Fusion are getting penned again.
It's always not for long, though. Their breakouts have been so elite. It's one booming touch, but they find a recipient. They don't just give up possession. That's just going to sail in, though. All of this play, and that's the goal that goes in. Onizuma just recognizes he has time and space for the shot. Knows Zan is on low boost and just slots it perfectly. Now Rounds, 24 seconds to play some of the best defense you've ever played.
Zan towards this right corner, that defense being put to the test, and as well the late game curses that Rounds have historically had. But as a big bunch up on one side from Fusion, they're sent straight to another. They're going to have to commit a lot of boost to do so, but Rounds still wanted to plant just one extra shot. Lixa is close, but Marcy sends them wheeling back. That could be goal two. They don't get it. It does not matter. Rounds regain the upper portion.
Oh man, well played from Rounds. That's one hell of a comeback if I've seen it. I mean, they just rallied when it mattered most. Starting off with a Renshiro disconnect because he lost power. A really good 2v3 from both Marzi and Onizuma. And finishing that, topping it all off with 2 games won in order to force a game 5. I mean, that is the type of Rounds Rocket League that we want to see. Isolate those games 4 and 5, immaculate. 1 and 3, we can do without those. I don't need those. Yeah. But 4 and 5, I want more of that. That will get us into top 8 through GSL for the first time this season.
For the neutral fan, Rounds is everyone's favourite team to watch. But for the Rounds fans, I mean, come on, you can win them a little bit quicker. You can win them a little bit quicker. I mean, come on, I don't know what we're doing. But look, we're happy, but we're quite easy to please on this broadcast. We know who the grumpy old man is over here. Let's see how he's feeling
Boomer.
right now. Come on, how are you doing, Rhino? Are you impressed?
I'm a little bit surprised that I've been given like the Simon Cowell moniker for the round stream. Like, I don't really know that I appreciate that.
Run the split one clips. Just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, look, rounds.
I don't know if we've given it to you, my friend.
Fair enough. Look, rounds very much can be a frustrating team to watch, and we have proven that here today. But the most important thing is a victory, is a win to go into the 2-1s, and they were able to get that over the line. I believe that we have at least all of the results from the Swiss now sorted and ready to show, so we can show exactly what's been happening. And the big result I want to talk to you about is at the top side. It's 5 Fears beating Strive in a 5-game series. That was a back and forth game. 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. So now I don't feel so bad about losing to Strive in the 1-0. That's all right by me. I'm not too concerned considering how well Strive seems to be playing today. But yeah, it's one of those that it had to go right the way down to the wire for us against Fusion. We got the job done, and that's all that I'm trying to think about right now, rather than some of the performances that we saw on the field. But I mean, Pegasus, we can go over to you. Strive taking 2 games off of 5 Fears is so impressive, and also goes back to what we've already talked about with this region being as unpredictable as it is.
Yeah, and well, we did feel like when we were playing them that this was the best that they have ever played, just ever, when they were against us. And but perhaps we treated ourselves a little bit too harshly there. Maybe we were judging Strive of the past. We were not aware that, you know, they changed their diet plan between Split 1 and Split 2, and now they can come up against the heavy hitters like 5 Fears and bring them to 5. That's going to be definitely a team to look out for the remainder of this season now, because you'd think with that kind of result, prospective top 4 at this point, realistically. I know it's a lot to go based off of one result, but they were playing top draw in the previous matchup on stream.
They certainly were, and to take a game off them actually looks pretty good now, to be honest, as we push forward. So the 2-1 is where we are destined to go. A couple of surprises. I mean, GB getting beaten by Punishers, I don't think is really a surprise. A couple of the games at the bottom half, I don't really think anybody is surprised by either, to be honest with you. Brutal Loggers and the Wave will take their leave from this event, as we actually already have it told to us what our next game is going to be. And well, that is one of the draws of all time in the 2-1 bracket. We will be playing Bro Crocros,
of course.
Which, is probably the other team outside of 5 Fears we wanted to avoid if we could, but that does mean that Bro Crocros have lost, and they lost in a 3-0 sweep to Synthesis. So it's a beaten Bro Crocros. We'll see if we're able to get past them, but for now I think I'm just going to move this one onto a break, because we have to show you guys all of our sponsors, and when we come back we will have all of the action from Rounds versus Bro Crocros in the 2-1. See you in a moment.
What if I told you, from now on, the only thing you need for gaming is this desk. Uneven Base is a complete esports setup. It includes a powerful computer, keyboard, mouse, and monitor, all in one lightweight build. Uneven Base is foldable, portable, and easy to set up. Perfect gaming experience wherever you want. And of course, there's RGB. Uneven Base. Now it's about you.
Pidä taloutesi hallinnassa, pelin sisällä ja sen ulkopuolella.
Siis mikä voi olla niin tärkeää, että äijä enää 2 viikkoon? Äijä on tullut takaisin. No niin, let's go. Pitkästä aikaa pelikentällä.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Hand out she holds, it's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure.
Well, it certainly heated up both off and on the pitch with that last result that just went all the way to 5, but ultimately we are in the positive portion of the bracket and we haven't had a single Swiss stage this season where rounds haven't found themselves in that round 5 spot. This could be the opportunity to change it for the first time ever, but my goodness, what a matchup, Rhino.
Yeah, I like the confidence. I like the positivity that you're bringing forwards. But Bro Crocros have proven multiple times that they are one of the top 4 teams in this region by a fair distance. Losing to Synthesis and dropping 2 games to Team E1 is a very interesting day, though, for Bro Crocros, which is the only place where like that copium might be coming from. That might be where we get the supply, because it seems to be a weakened Bro Crocro side, and I mean, to lose 3-0 to Synthesis, one of the most I don't really know how to say it, but they're one of the most inconsistent sides
Dynamic, yeah,
in SSA. Dynamic, if you want to say it.
Dynamic is certainly a way to put it.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? But yeah, look, they don't
Positive
always
connotation.
they sometimes flatter to deceive. Let's put it that way. And Bro Crocro's coming through now against Rounds, who have just won in a very fiery 5-game series. I actually think if Rounds start well, there's a real chance here.
And Kwanzak, you got to have a taste of the spice firsthand watching that last series. Do you think that the way they played in those final games especially is going to be what they need to play Bro Crocros? Of course, I do want you to include the fact that they haven't really been having the best day at the office for their standards.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just pick up right where Rhino's point left off, is you have an ascending Rounds and seemingly a descending Bro Crocro. So if we can get the stars to align here and the perfect storm and whatever else, Rounds, if they step into the series with continuation from their games 4 and 5 that they just had against Fusion, there definitely is more than just a case to be made. There's a real debate that, Rounds is coming out on top, and it might be a side that I favor, but all of that is what's the word I'm looking for? Contingent. Thank you, myself. Contingent on Rounds, on Rounds putting it together and not falling into the ebbs and flows of the slumps that they've found. If they pick up exactly in that 4-5 pace, I think they can take it to Bro Crocro in what seems to be a little bit of an off day for them.
And you do want to hit a team when they're down. Realistically, it's a competitive sport. At the end of the day, it does get brutal. It does get that personal at the best of times. But for this upcoming game, for me personally, this is one where I still want to see that same fire. I don't want to see some of the nerves that we were having at the beginning of today's stream, and I can somewhat give them the benefit of the doubt that, you know, it's been a bit of a break and it's such a different dynamic having Renshiro be over, and he wants that to be worth it, and he probably was thinking about that the entire time when he was on the flight, right? Like, is this what we is this worth it? Can I make Rounds proud? Can I make my nation proud? And for Marzi and Onizuma, they don't want to waste that chance either. They know that they've got what it takes, but putting, well, pen to paper, wheels to ground, balls in goals, whatever you want to call it, is its whole different mental battle.
Yeah, it really is. And look, Rounds will have known that it was a risk to send Renshiro to SSA, to Cape Town for this event. It's just a situation that they find themselves in where, you know, based on the performances in Split 1, you would expect that things would move forwards from the perspective of Rounds. Now, as far as the way that they have been playing today goes, I have not seen that stark increase in quality that we expected to see, with Renshiro now playing on ping, with the team now having an extra couple of months under their belt of playing together. That doesn't mean we won't see it. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. It is just a moment in this particular point, and it could be making a lot of pressure build on Renshiro's shoulders as well, where he believes that this is almost important for him to play as well as he possibly can. He may have that kind of mentality of, this doesn't go well, you know, I've convinced the organization to send me to Cape Town and things haven't gone the way that we expected to. So there is a lot riding on this. I think on this game it's a little bit of a free hit given the history that Bro Crocos have and the quality of player, but not getting through Swiss at all, that would be a travesty.
That would be absolutely devastating. It would be definitely the worst result of the season by quite some way. But if they are able to pick up the pace and get a result here, Bro Crocos would certainly be the statement team to do it towards. Jeff, Ravi, and Steak, their names that certainly do speak for themselves here, Quanzek. And, well, we've been here before. We played this team, I believe, twice now at this point. We played 5 Fears on a few occasions as well. We love having a little bit of a tussle with those top dogs.
Yeah, and, you know, it always makes for a fun series, especially when you come in as the team that's theoretically punching up. There's a lot to root and cheer for. But you alluded to it. I mean, Bro Crocos, members of their roster, their reputation precedes them. Jeff, Ravi, and Steak are menaces. There's a reason they're a locked-in top 4 roster here, and this would certainly be a statement win for Rounds. If they were to qualify in round 4 against Bro Crocos, it's not out of the question. Don't hear what I'm not saying.
No.
There's definitely potential here. We talked about how Rounds have been playing so well recently. If they carry that weight through games 4 and 5, and Bro Crocos, you know, I don't know if it's an off day. It looks like it from their result. Who knows? All I know is that Bro Crocos are a quality roster. Rounds are going to have to bring their A game, and I think they can. And doing so, it will be a fantastic series to watch, but one I hope Rounds comes out on top 4.
And we've said it many times that Rounds play to the level of their opponents. It does feel like they always do manage to hold themselves a close game. It's very rare that we see them completely dominated, but we said that the probabilities were low. But Bro Crocos are playing Russian roulette with a team that has loaded the Rounds, a potential early qualification into the Swiss stage. Here we go.
Such an important game for both sides here as we get into this one, and kickoff has started early. Ravi, a player I know very well from my Highball days last season. He will be trying to... Say again? You and I both, of course. My apologies, Quanzek. Listen, the brain's still not functioning, right? We've only just started Split 2. It's fine. But yeah, absolutely. We've seen Ravi play a lot. We know what he brings to the table, and he's already going to get an assist for Steak at the back post.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to bring up the Haibo and to a lesser degree trifecta days last year because, you know, we have some familiarity on the other side of the pitch for these players here, and now casting over rounds, but there are some very key peak calls I have in my mind from you calling Ravi's name and just how lethal that individual can be. I'm excited to see both him and Onozuma basically carry their own weight back and forth and see who can create the more highlight reel worthy play, as knocking on the doors for a second time is Bro Crocros, and they will in fact find the back of the net.
Yeah, this has not been a very good start from rounds by any stretch of the imagination. We're waiting for that step up that we like to see them make when they're going against those top teams. It's not happened in the first 50 seconds of this game. But make no mistake, Jeff, Ravi, and State, one of the fastest teams in SSA. And I say that knowing just how fast Ravi is on his own. But, you know, the speed that they're able to carry across the pitch is otherworldly sometimes. We talked about the counter-attack goals that rounds concede on a regular basis. You will see them more than likely. If rounds make any mistakes in the final third, Bro Crocros will take advantage and move down the pitch very, very quickly. But maybe the opener for rounds, it's not going to happen. And Stake, that's a silly challenge there.
Yeah, I was impressed with the first one. Then he still had the second one. I mean, that just goes to show you the quality of this team. They've already put in two, and the second one there was just off the back of rounds not being able to make contact. They had two potential chances to throw away that goal, and instead, neither one of their defending members could get a piece of the ball. And Bro Crocros punished, but Onozuma, I brought up his name as being the counterpart to Ravi, and he doesn't disappoint. A gorgeous drop down double tap.
I mean, as soon as I saw Stake miss that off the backboard, I thought, oh, there's a chance here, because Stake is, for Bro Crocros, the consistent one. He's the man on Bro Crocros who you can rely on to get those plays every single time. Oh, goodness me. Ball played across to the far field. Looking for Stake again. He's playing angry. He knows he made the mistake to set Onozuma up. Don't get me wrong, Onozuma had still a lot of work to do to get that ball down at the angle. Goodness gracious, did he? Now Stake trying to bring it forwards. No, rounds back within one. And they're looking to try and get another one back. Jeff will be beaten in the air, but not cleanly. As now Onozuma just has to go back towards his own net. Marzi taking some time away from the attack, and Onozuma turns smart.
Yeah, good communication between those two. Marzi missed the full boost, but spawned underneath Onozuma, so he's the one that hits the half flip and goes to challenge because he has the resources to do so. Renshiro working the corner, a little bit of a love tap from behind. His rounds haven't been able to break out for a while, but this is a good look here. Downfielder Renshiro, he can't necessarily make contact, and so Stake will take over, play into his corner, where now Ravi finds himself in a 1v1, trying to fake wide against Marzi. Good back check, great heads up bump there by Onozuma, and that enables rounds to really not break a sweat on that defensive that looked dangerous from Bro Crocros.
And I can already kind of see where this game is going, Quanzek, and I have to be honest, I don't especially like it, because so many times we have said in these kinds of games, you know, oh, if rounds play like they did against Five Fears, or Pioneers, or Bro Crocros, or Synthesis, or Death Cloud, then they'll be fine. There'll be no way that they won't get through. Renshiro looking to prove me wrong, and finds the bottom left-hand corner from his own half. I mean, it's a bit of a pinch, but it flies over the Bro Crocros backline. Rounds from 2-0 down, go level 2-2.
I do share your sentiment, at least in where this series is headed. And I think, you know, we like to talk up this team. Of course, we're their team stream. We're always going to be in their corner. With that being said, I think there should be a little bit more of a grain of salt that we put into our, if they can play like this, how they did against a different team. Because we have to remember, they were able to play like that because it was a different team. It's not like you can just pick up the games against Fusion and drop them into the games against Bro Crocros, because objectively, in terms of results, Bro Crocros is a better team than Fusion. So Fusion is going to fare worse against rounds, and you have situations like this where rounds are just outpaced. They end up stuck flat-footed in their own net. They can't break out, and their only touch they can find is a pass over to Steak, who goes ahead and punishes. So, bro, Crocros, it was equal for a little bit, but they do reestablish their lead. Still just about a minute to play, though. Plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah, that one's an interesting one, because yes, they get outpaced, but also by the same token, there's no reason for both Renshiro and Marzi to go for that play. It is a double commit on the goal line, and a bit of miscommunication from the round's players, and in the end, it's a relatively easy shot for Bro Crocros to take. So 40 seconds just over, and now it goes down, and there's a chance. It's a good save by Renshiro, leaves the ball to Marzi, and he does pop it up in the end for his captain. Renshiro tries to take it through. Jeff gets right in the way, even on 0 boost. No resources for Jeff, still makes the play. Nice work from Bro Crocros, and now turning the corner. Brilliant clearance from Onizuma, but they need to make this stick, and that's a great cut of rotation from Steak.
Jeff passing it forward. Bro Crocros playing very deep into their own half right now, understanding they have the goal lead. There's no need to concede it, but they might have pushed up too far. Ravi challenging Renshiro. Follow-up opportunity. Marzi gets a little bit too far ahead of the ball, and him and a member from Bro Crocros combine to pinch it down the other way. Renshiro has managed to keep this up. No! I thought that was hitting the sidewall for sure. It somehow hits the turf, and Bro Crocros will walk away with game 1, 3-2.
Yeah, tough one, but I'm going to use a little bit more copium here, Quan. I hope you
I know where this is going.
Look, rounds 1, the last 4 minutes of this game, 2-1. That's what happened, all right? Take away the first minute, take away the early game jitters, and rounds looked really good. They looked incredibly competitive against Bro Crocros, which makes me excited for the future of this series. If they can keep that up, if they can keep making it difficult for Bro Crocros, they have immense quality on that side, don't get me wrong. They have incredible flashpoints where they will just get beyond you and they will score goals. But if rounds can continue doing what they're doing, we also have the resources that allow us to make those individual plays. We also have the players that can have flashpoints and moments of brilliance. So game number 2, I do feel like it has to go in the way of rounds if we are wanting to extend this series out to maybe the full 5 or take home the victory. But by the same token, there is very much an opportunity for us to do that.
Yep, that's a great point, and I think you're 100% correct on everything. I mean, rounds, you take away those early 2 goals, they did win 2-1. I guess they won 2-1. Yo, they lost the game. We get it, okay? We're just trying to see the silver lining. You've done a very good job doing it, and one that I'm not even... Huh? What? What is the pace here?
How
That's crazy.
I guess it pinched, right?
That was definitely a pinch. It's an interesting challenge from Ravi to go back towards his own net. I guess he was just trying to maintain possession. Somehow they pitched it when they were side by side, though. That's one of the weirdest goals I've seen, but it's in Round's favor, so I'll take it.
Yep. So who cares? I think that is an important point to remember about Ravi as well. He gets all the plaudits, and absolutely rightly he should, you know. Next up, all that kind of stuff. He's a very, very good player. But we do have to remember he's also, very young. He is still a very young player. He still has a lot to learn about the game, and he still has a lot to learn about certain individual moments in each individual series. And sometimes it is that experience that is going to kind of be his downfall in some cases. Not saying it was there, not saying that it is in general. I'm just kind of making a general point, but that's a miss on the backboard, and Onazuma's going to have to clean up. So Bro Crocros chasing a lead, and rounds are just going to try and make them work as much as they possibly can for that leveler.
Interesting touch here in the corner. Steak does really well to create so much out of what was not a lot of space. He's also won this 50, so it's an opportunity. Oh, Ravi beat Renshiro just a little bit north of the net. Renshiro doesn't have a whole lot of boost in the tank, and Ravi going to push that out to Steak. Steak actually going to leave it for Ravi. That's an interesting decision there, as now Jeff is on an island as a result, but he has the full tank of boost and handles that pretty well. And Azuma into the corner. Both these teams trying to get really cheeky with the way they're playing it for opportunities, getting it into the infield, but Defense a little bit too tall. Onizuma, not the right trajectory there. And so Realms will go ahead and backtrack. Renshiro off the sidewall, double tap. Look!
Yeah.
Bang! He's going to hit those every day of the week with that much space.
Captain Fantastic. Don't defend your backboard at your peril. Rounds make sure to dunk that one down, and it's 2-0 off the back of the Finn. 3 minutes still to play, though. Still plenty of time. We saw this scoreline in game number 1 just reversed. Rounds are going to look to try and carry this as much as possible. Oh, my goodness sake. The Spaniard to the savior of Bro Crocros. There's still an opportunity. They can't get it clear. Bro Crocros' backline is fragmented, and Rounds take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good save there initially by Stake, but there's just not enough momentum to keep that one out the back of the net. Jeff's touch could have been better, but I'm being super nitpicky there. Rounds just did well to put them on their goal line for so long that it just felt like it was a matter of time. Now this one's a bit dangerous. Good challenge by Marzi, as he's going to look to catch that pass. A little bit too much heat behind that from Onizuma. Marzi turning with this, going to pop it up towards then. Just let it go. Didn't have the boost to climb the ladder, so they'll let Bro Crocros take over and wait for a great challenge from Renshiro.
And it's really interesting, isn't it, at the moment, because Bro Crocros seem to actually not be applying as much pressure as Rounds have taken from pretty much every other team we've played today. They're sitting back, letting Rounds have the time and space, and okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a rough one. 2 minutes to go. Hey, still 2 goals. Still 2 goals the difference, and I can keep finishing my point. In the fact that, you know, when Bro Crocros do decide to go forwards, obviously they are trying to get those early challenges, but in their own half, they're kind of letting Rounds have the shots and have the possession and have the ball, and that's not a position Rounds have found themselves in to this point, and they're loving it. They're thriving in it.
I want to tack on here too that I'm not sure if it's a conscious decision that Bro Crocros are making. I think they are just flustered because they didn't play like this in game 1. They did not give Rounds this space. But now they're so timid off of these early goals that have gone in. They don't want to concede more. And so they're turning away from all these challenges to be closer to the net. And situations just like that are happening, where it just turns into, I mean, that was a quality goal. Yeah. But if Jeff turns and is challenging that at the point of contact, I don't think it goes in.
No.
But he thinks he has to get back to his net because they've already conceded 3 goals up to that point.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of the Bro Crocros confidence level, which is not very high right now. Just coming off the back of that 3-0 loss against Synthesis, they've not looked convincing all day. Demo from Marzi. And, you know, 4-1 the scoreline with a minute to go. That is really not reading very well if you're a Bro Crocros fan. So, I mean, Browns are taking advantage of the way that the Bros are playing right now, but by the same token, Browns are also just playing well. The opportunities that they've had, the shots that they've had, the early challenges they're making. I love to see that the way today has gone so far isn't actually seeming to affect their mental very much, and that's a really good thing.
And it seems to be the inverse for Bro Crocros. I mean,
Yeah.
they are...
Go home.
They're damaged, apparently, because the team that we're used to seeing is rather vicious and aggressive and at your neck. And they're letting Rounds really exert their free will, and it's resulted in 5 goals in this game on Forbidden Temple. And I don't know if this is just a big adaptation live change that Bro Crocros has put into effect they need to revert, or if it's Rounds scoring 2 goals early and Bro Crocros retreat into their shell for the worst. Hopefully this is the recipe. We just scored 2 goals in the first minute and sail to a free game win and potentially a series win, because now things are going to be equalized and Bro Crocros definitely look defeatable.
And you know what? It's a really nice parallel to draw between these two sides, because game 1, Bro Crows rushed out to a 2-goal lead inside the first minute. What happened? Rounds came back, leveled it, and in the end, Bro Crows had enough to win the game 3-2. Second game, Rounds take that 2-goal advantage in the first minute. What happens? Bro Crows fall apart. They retreat into their own shell. They don't go for those early challenges anymore. Rounds capitalize on everything, and it's a 5-1 victory for Rounds. So that really tells me the mentality of both of these teams right now is Rounds have that bounce back ability in their mind of, okay, we can go 2 goals down. We have the ability to come back. If we keep playing the way we are, we will get opportunities. Bro Crows, on the other hand, they go 2 goals down. They start looking around going, well, what we're doing isn't working. We're going to have to change something. We're going to have to try something new. We're going to have to, be a little bit more defensive. And that doesn't work for them either. So game 3 is going to be really interesting to see which way it goes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of weight put into this game, especially with how these teams respond. I mean, I want to emphasize, yes, Rounds, that last game blew them out the water. Scoreline was very much in your favor. The individual paper box score statistics weren't so much so. Bro Croco just forgot to play defense, but the shots were even.
Yeah.
So it's not like, yes, it looked dominating, but possession was not 100% in Bro Croco's half. It was still relatively even. Rounds just had no resistance trying to put these balls in. Yeah. And so what I want that to be the focus here for Rounds. Like, yes, you played well. Keep it up. Do not take that game score as a sign to mean you're instantly, a leg up into games 3, 4, and potentially 5. It's clean slate.
What on earth do you mean, Quan? We're 7-4 up in goals right now. We're absolutely dominating them. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We do need to take a breath, and that is one of the best things that Renshiro does for teams that he's a part of.
Yes.
Is he does give that perspective. He gives that kind of mentality of, okay, that was a good win. We played well. We can't rest on that. We got to keep going. We got to keep our foot on the pedal, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. The shot from the passing play is dangerous. Bro Crocos starting game 3 with a bit of a bee in their bonnet.
Is that another British saying?
Sure is.
I'm learning so much on today's stream, guys. I sent a message during Pig and Rhino's cast saying, what was it? New fish in a
new kettle of fish.
New kettle of fish. And I was like, is that a saying? I've never heard that before. And now a bee in your bonnet, that sounds very unpleasant. So I get what it's trying to describe. But once more, that's a new set of English words strung together that I've never once before heard in my life. So I'll go ahead and put those into my lexicon. That will never be used here in the States, but if I do ever travel to meet these guys, I'll go ahead and maybe use them over there. Steak not connecting, and it's actually just going to be an open net. Marzi, uncontested, just going to tap that one in.
First time in this series that we've not seen a goal in the first minute of play. So Rounds do get the first goal. Steak just stops there, and I don't know why, but when in that replay, when you just see a car that's just stopped on the grass, not moving, they just look so sad if they've been scored against. Like, it's a car; it doesn't have emotion, but by the same token, like it just feels that way to me. I don't know. That's going to be the response, though. Steak not sad anymore. Gets the equalizer right off the rip, and Rounds defense off that kickoff. Leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. It looks like a set play from Bro Crocos and one that's really well designed. They lose it backwards, so Rounds can't get there. And it's a great play by Ravi to not take the shot, instead to pass it off the back wall. He forces the defense to jump. Both netminders clear the way, and that enables Steak to just slot that one in without any resistance. Great 1v1 positioning there from Onizuma onto Ravi. Steak from the sidewall against Marzi. Seems like that's a great pass. Even better save, though, from Renshiro. Had to be a heads up. Put himself in the right spot. And he's on the other side, out of nowhere, to find a bump. What?
Now, there is not a mechanic in Rocket League that is an RKO, but if there is, that is it right there. It really felt like it just it just seemed to come over from absolutely nowhere. You couldn't see him. That's a little bit too heavy a touch. That one's over the top. Marzi not going to be challenged. Brings it away, wins the 50. Very important. Rounds can now spark that counter, but Stake so quick to turn defense into offense. Onizuma getting up well, getting a reset too. Ravi makes sure that he can't go any further than the halfway line. Stake, that one's going to waterfall, and he played for it. Ravi's shot scores. And that is all off the back of a wonderful Stake play on the right wall.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. I mean, Stake, he does play it really well, but it gets there so much quicker because it ricochets. I don't know who it was off of, but it hits around's car. That trail was orange, and it left that corner with so much more pace than it should have had, that Ravi was there and able to punish before anybody even got remotely close regarding the shot opportunity. So it'll go ahead and be Crow's up 2-1, but rounds, I do think they've stood their ground this game. And there's still plenty of time left to get one more and at least a force OT. They've looked good, and I think this is the most even-keeled game we've had between both these teams.
Agreed. Yeah, for sure. And I will say the one route to success for any team playing against Crow's is take out Stake. Renshiro finds the bottom left corner, and that is after Stake got beaten in the midfield. So the point rings true, and Ravi, no boost, just can't get back before it rolls home. A nice spot from Renshiro to see that there was no one back. Rolls the ball calmly into the bottom left corner. And that will be 2-2. Now, the last time we were in this position, oh my goodness, need I remind you, this started to happen. Crow's, they took the 3-2 victory with about a minute and a half to go. Stake going to try and give them that again out of the corner, but Onizuma sends it away. Renshiro can't pick up 100. Boost starving really happening on the side of Crow's. That's a miss, but it seems intentional from Marzi.
2 apiece. Ever since our reset kickoff, Crow's have been the team with the pressure. Onizuma, great flip to beat one. Ravi will take over. Not a ton of boost, though, so he doesn't have a lot of options. Marzi plays it in field, but nobody was there for a recipient. And Shiro off the back wall. Good positioning for the follow-up save. Gets bumped off, and Stake will replenish his already full boost with even fuller boost. Pass it across to Ravi. That one wide right. Onizuma fakes the challenge and then goes because that ball lands awkwardly in the corner. Renshiro cycling around to get better positioning in net, but this is really awkward, really dangerous. There's not a whole lot of boost. Onizuma needs to get this one out. He's doing so much with so little boost, and now Renshiro's here to take over. That's the strangest sequence. Demos abound, and now rounds look like they're in better control of this ball as long as they can stop it from going into their net. Good collection. Not a good collection by Marzi. I thought he had possession, then he lost it. We can finally take a breath as Jeff will steer this into his corner.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Crow's. They have just been stealing boost for the last minute, making it difficult for rounds to gain any resources. There's a big pickup there for Onizuma. It looks like it might go OT. Good clearance on the goal line. They'll try and keep it up. They won't be able to. First OT of the series. 4 series points. Rounds so far today have not been especially strong in OT. That might change now. Onizuma goes low. Jeff is there to recover, and he reads it really nicely off that bottom corner as well. Marzi sends it away, and he gets the demo as well. So Jeff sent back to his own half. No pickup there from Marzi, but another demo on his docket, and that 50 goes against rounds.
Shiro out to the side. Marzi gets beat, and this could turn into something dangerous. Onizuma decided to commit, though, and it ends up being a good decision as that ball travels the length of the pitch. Dunked by Renshiro. Does he have any help? Ravi straight up. Anybody there? No, they don't want to go. I think they both thought Jeff had them beat, so they go ahead and backtrack. Live to fight another day. This one a bit awkward, but Jeff once again playing patiently. Both sides showing nothing but respect for the opposition. They don't want to take a challenge in the midfield they could lose. They'd rather just let the ball come to them at their own net. Great touch by Renshiro. Once again, Onizuma doesn't want to commit. Either side are playing so far back. They don't want to be the team to make the mistake and have that potentially be the differentiating factor in this series.
Oh no. That's surely going to be it.
Oh!
Yeah. Ravi needed to But as soon as you see that double commit in the midfield, Marzi and Onizuma, the two reunion players, that is egregious. I do not have a strong enough word to describe to you at this level how poor that is. We're back to being Simon Cowell, Quan, because, I mean, what excuse is there? What excuse is there for that play right there? I can't think of.
I don't know. It's really, they're going to look this back over in a VOD review. And what's going to happen is they're going to say, we need to be communicating. That realistically should be Onizuma's ball. He's the one coming straight for it. He has a better angle. But to give Marzi the benefit of the doubt, he just collected full boost. He has a way to get to that ball. And in his mind, he can't see exactly where Onizuma's coming from. And so his thought process is he can cut over and get there before Onizuma can and allow him an easier challenge on the back end. But it is inexcusable in the sense that somebody's got to be saying something. That communication of, I have it, or you go. And, you know, I've been in these situations in VOD reviews too, where you communicate that, and what ends up happening is neither player goes. And that's the worst case. You want somebody to go, so maybe this is something they've already practiced, where if there's confusion, just commit. It's better to stick with your play than it is to bail. But it is messy all around. It's a really bad way to lose in overtime. And now the climb back has been set up for us. We were in the same position against Fusion, and now once more we have to get to the top of the peak against Bro Crocros for games 4 and 5, and they're trying to get cheeky with a fake kickoff to start things.
Yeah, the set play once again. It's one we've seen a few teams start to employ over recent times. Actually, that's a mistouch from Steak. Might open the door. No, don't worry about it. Just has the psycho clearance. Yeah, sure. Why not? This one out of the corner will be Renshiro to clear it away. Jeff intercepting. This is Onizuma, the furthest back. He's going to look for that out ball to Renshiro, but he wasn't really ready. Didn't have the resources to use. And now the clearance from Marzi. Onizuma beats his man. Ravi now the last man back. Gets through the two players. Renshiro puts it middle. Marzi gets there first, but Jeff reads where that ball is going to end up. Off the backboard. Onizuma looking for a teammate. Doesn't have one, so Steak now going through. Gets a really nice reset pop, but it's not really going to do much else. Ball over to the far side. At the ankle. Good save on the goal line. Bro Crocros want this done in 4.
Marzi trying to do whatever he can to make sure it doesn't end in 4, especially because, well, the onus of them being in a... Oh no. That's just messy. I don't... Late takeoff or trajectory weird, or just Jeff hits this so perfectly. I guess Jeff hits it so perfectly. That one just sails in. Well played.
Yeah, it was a nice play from Jeff, and Browns now need to pick themselves up and dust themselves off, and a shot off the backboard would do just that. It's not going to happen with Ravi able to clear it away. There's a chance here, though. Played patiently, beautifully. Onizuma with the intelligence just to pop this one up, make everyone think he's taking the shot, but no, that's such a beautiful play over the top. Reads it nicely, the leveler.
One apiece, and now, I mean, as much time is left in this game, it does feel like the next goal is so incredibly crucial. It's a good setup from Steak, and that one will be wide. Ravi with the follow-up, a pre-jump save from Marzi Onizuma! Oh my, nearly giving me a heart attack, spiking my cortisol, but somehow he's going to take it all the way. No, Steak will deny that, and now Marzi on an island, 1v2, has to pre-jump early. He does so well there to get to that ball and avoid the bump and steer it clear of his net. Incredibly rapid back and forth action that has exploded out of nowhere, and yet we don't have a goal to come from.
There is a, like, I know the situation. There is a part of me that is actually quite happy that Onizuma didn't score that goal, because I don't know that we would have been able to fully analyze what had happened there in his brain to get that moving. But either way, Marzi across the middle, double commit coming through from Bro Crocros, but they make it work, and that's the problem when they get into those positions that aren't favorable, they still come through with quality and with poise. Marzi looking to do the same, cleared away on Azuma off the top.
You gotta let
That one will waterfall, but the pinch is too strong. Goes all the way over to the far side. Renshiro just keeping Bro Crocos on their toes. Should I say Bro Toto? No. Ravi over to the left side, looking for a redirect, cleared by Renshiro.
I see the vision, bro. Toto sounds super weird though, and the word just makes me giggle. I don't know why. Oh, Ravi racing into the corner, Renshiro backflip. That's a good demo on the exit, but nobody's there to follow up, and both members around some full tank boost. Renshiro actually tries for the net. He had a small window. Jeff was there to close it down pretty swiftly, though, is now backtracking. He will be in charge of finding a challenge. What a touch. Unfortunately, couldn't manipulate his car to jump along with it, but he made an attempt and will now be here to find an additional clearance into his own corner, helped along with a tap by Onizuma. This one filtering over to Stake, who then plays it from one corner to the inverse. Jeff, good bump on the exit. Renshiro just a little bit caught out of position. I don't know if he lost the full boost. He did lose it to Jeff and just missed the flip too. That's really well played from both Progros. If Renshiro doesn't commit to a flip though, on that challenge in the corner, I think he can get back to that save.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's also a heads-up play from Jeff to get the bump onto Onizuma, right? Because otherwise it's a pretty easy save as well. But actually, Onizuma looking to get that back almost. Gave Ravi a taste of his own medicine. Got the bump on the goal line. Not quite going to happen on this occasion. Boost picked up. Now Onizuma needed to go low really there because Stake was high. Couldn't do so. Couldn't get the angle. So now Ravi at the angle. Oh my goodness, Ravioli. We talked him up before the game. There's a reason we did that. And this is it, off the left-hand side. Not a lot of space to work with, had to beat two. And in the end, managed to get that done. 50 seconds, Bro Crocos are 2 goals to the good.
He will not be quiet for a full series. There had to be one, and that was it there from Ravi. Good kickoff by Rounds on Azuma 1v1 to Jeff in a fantastic flick. But that somehow stays out of net. Follow-up to Renshiro. That would have been the touch that gave Rounds an angle back into the game, but couldn't find it. They're still hunting down a way to cut the lead down to 1, but Bro Crocos has stabilized off the kickoff. They have full tanks of boost. They're in position. Rounds is bumping each other, and it felt like that had to be the one. Maybe Renshiro has something left in the tank. Infield over Onizuma, a little bit too hot to handle. He pops up for Marzi, and Jeff will take over. I think the ship has sailed, and Rounds will have to conclude their Swiss stage with a victory in round number 5 in order to move on to GSL.
Death, taxes, and Rounds going to round 5 in Swiss. The guarantees of life in front of you right there. And get a nice view of the Rocket League in-game as well. But yeah, we're going to be getting through this very, very quickly. It was Bro Crocos who take home the victory. Oh, there he is. I mean, you might as well show yourself now, Pegasus.
Bro,
you know you're here. Welcome back. The desk. Hello, mate.
Production error, and then switch back to the duo cam.
And
You're
he's still
muted
muted
now too. We have the trifecta of errors going on right now.
Hold on.
There he is.
The script that has worked for the entire stream just decided to give up on me there and not progress.
No,
I don't know what that's about.
For Pegasus there.
Yeah,
I won't
definitely
hear it.
manual,
Blame the
definitely
script.
manual. I don't put these fingers to work, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if that isn't a sign to go to a break, I don't know what is. But like you said, Friday, of course it's a round 5. We are watching rounds at the end of the day. They keep it stressful. They keep me on my toes. I still believe, though. I really do. It's such a tough matchup. Having to lose to Bro Crocos, I mean, fair enough. I mean, having to lose to a team that went to game 5 against 5 Fears, we might as well have played both 5 Fears in Bro Crocos. It was a tough draw. To get to this point in the first place. And we knew we had a hard Swiss. I mean, come on. We spoke about that before this stream even started, that this was going to be no easy feat by any means. But sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, that is just how the cookie crumbles. We can see that Strive, Punishers, and Bro Crow Crows were able to go all the way, but unfortunately, there have been some huge drops as well on the other side of the bracket. No Mechs, Not Bad Double, and Team E1 getting eliminated. It's a great shame, but we are the last series to conclude. Therefore, it's going to be a very quick transition into this next game. And I believe it's also going to be a goodbye to Quanzek as well. So we respect all the work you have done for this stream so far. I know you've got a long drive tomorrow, so good luck with that as well. Myself and Rhino will return after this short break.
What if I told you from now on, the only thing you need for gaming is this desk? Uneven Base is a complete esports setup. It includes a powerful computer, keyboard, mouse, and monitor. All in one, lightweight build. Uneven Base is foldable, portable, and easy to set up. Perfect gaming experience wherever you want. And of course, yeah, there's RGB. Uneven Base. Now it's about you.
Pidä taloutesi hallinnassa pelin sisällä ja sen ulkopuolella.
Siis mikä voi olla niin tärkeää, että äijä ei näy 2 viikkoon? Äijä on tullut takaisin. No niin, let's go. Pitkästä aikaa pelikenne.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, laying we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. I've arrived. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, laying we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes.
I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got
Welcome back to the stream. It is myself and Rhino to close this one down. And as per usual, we see ourselves in a round 5 situation because of course we did, Rhino. I mean, of course we did. This is just what happens with this team. We get the unluckiest Swiss stage possible. We then get the unluckiest run in the Swiss stage possible. Like, I genuinely, I'm astounded how this happens week in, week out. Genuinely astounded. But
Pegasus,
it is what it is.
Listen, it's called consistency. All right, it's called knowing what you are going to get every time. Do you go and get a different order every time you go to your favorite fast food chain? No, you get the same stuff you've got every single time you've been there because you know it tastes good. This one maybe doesn't quite taste good, but 9 times out of 10 we qualify at least. So, you know, touch wood, we follow the script.
It's not quite a doner meat and chip with tikka sauce and hot pepper sauce that I get from Sultan's almost every day. It really isn't, but it's certainly one that keeps me entertained every single time we get the opportunity to cover this round's roster. But this is a bit of an interesting matchup to face in this final round, but that usually is the case with these matchups. But Ibele, not a team name I would have necessarily heard of historically, but perhaps some players here which we can recognize. It's Tristan, Zyro, and Quasar. I don't know who Quasar is, but I definitely know Zyro and Tristan.
Well, I think it's probably pronounced Quasar, if I was to guess.
No, there's 2 A's in my defense. It is QWAA Quasar. Quasar. Why add the extra A is my question, Rhino.
That is the problem.
They always have a knack, these Rocket League players, at just adding one little wrench into the works to make a name unpronounceable. But we'll try our very best, I guess.
True. And you also have to remember that a lot of Rocket League players also use X as instead of like certain letters. So like it might not be Zyro. That's the realistic part of it. It might be anything else. Yeah, there's all sorts of potentials that it could be. No, we are messing. We know Tristan and Zyro very well. They are the in-region talent for Ibele, and very, very solid as well. They've been having an interesting day. You can see their run down there, and actually, in their 1 and 2 game is the wrong way round. It should be Ibele beating Nomex 3-0. So that's just an update on the Swiss screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I believe everything else is. Oh no! In fact, everything is. The Fusion versus No Bad Double also was the other way around. That was Fusion taking down No Bad Double with a 3-0. And then Team E1 did beat Doing It for Greybeard. So unfortunately, they didn't do it for Greybeard. Big sad for them and Greybeard individually. Yeah, we will absolutely be moving on here as we take a look at this game coming up and rounds versus Ibele. I think it's a game I'm excited for. I'm looking forward to it. As I say, Tristan and Zyro are a good pair, so interested to see what their third man does as well.
But it's always with rounds, it's always a tentative excitement, definitely, because you never know what version you're going to get, unfortunately. I'm hoping that we can have the best of the best version that we have come to expect in quite a lot of these games we have played today. Whether we have been rewarded with those expectations being met is definitely up to debate. But as well with rounds, like I said previously today, I do feel like they can play to the level of their opponents. They impressed me certainly in that matchup versus Broco Crows, but this is a completely different, as you would say right now, as we would say over in the UK, kettle of fish. Here are our lineups for the upcoming matchup. It's not Broco Crows, but I promise you the correct team will show up next. I've lost Quantek, I've lost my good support man, and all of a sudden it's starting to fall apart. But Tristan, Zyro, and Quasar taking on Renshiro, Onizuma, and Marzi. It's not the first time that we have had to compete against a Portuguese player today, and I am fancying this one. I know a lot less about Quasar than I do the one beforehand.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a player who I've not seen before either, so I don't really know where they found him, to be honest. But Tristan and Zyro have been playing together for quite a while, so I mean, we know what those two are going to bring. They are going to bring those kind of they're mechanical in the way that they approach the game, and they're also going to bring good communication between themselves. So we'll see how Ibele are able to do that. Rounds, we know what their big issue today has been, and that has been that communication between all three individuals in the server. They do need to make sure that tightens up a little bit if they are going to be able to get through in this round 5. But as always, when it comes to round 5 Swiss, in rounds we trust.
Rhino, I've got a question for you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Are you ready?
I think I'm ready. Rhino, it is time to get ourselves into the game. They will be joining. Let's take it away.
Here we go then. The final game of the day on stream. It is for all the marbles for a spot at GSL next week. Rounds versus Ibele. One can win. The other faces elimination.
And this is a position we are very familiar with. We know where the pressures lie. We know how to convert that to something great. Onizuma, Marzi, and Renshiro, there was a time where this was the new version. This was the unusual version of rounds. But as time has gone on, opens to opens, splits between splits, this is who rounds are. It's these three men, the Finn, followed by the two Reunion I. They've made main events for every single time they have attempted. Why should this be any different? We have kickoff.
2 rounds on the blue side, Ibele on the orange. That's going to be... you know what? He's changed his name for this, and sure, absolutely, why not? Marzi clears the ball away. Onizuma out of that right-hand side. No, Tristan able to get there. Gets over Onizuma, not over Renshiro. Wants the redirect, finds it too. Good save on the goal line for Ibele. As they now try to bring this one around the left-hand side. Zyro picks up that 100 boost under pressure. Pinch across, it's not going to happen for him. Tristan tries to go again, but Renshiro tells him to go away and brings the ball away for round.
Tristan tries to go for that second touch. Renshiro isn't able to pick it up. Marzi is going to be sent back to his own lines, and we always talk about the value of the first game, and hopefully they can pass this one with flying colours, as we have seen them do previously. Tristan looks to take this one over. Onizuma is waiting deep in that corner. Has to just send this one over. Does get that musty flick to advance that space a bit extra. Zyro, though, can turn around quick. It has been back and forth. We haven't seen much sign of either net. But still, that is waiting to be shown.
Yeah, and here we go. This is an opportunity. Quasar not quite going to get there, as now Marzi leaps up on the left side. Tries to get the beat. Can't do so. That ball almost tucked into the bottom left corner. It doesn't look like it was going to in the first place. Ball off the backboard, cleared away. Marzi gets that away. Now Tristan on the left side, looking for the opportunity on Izuma, in a good position. Renshiro still behind him, looking to try and clean up, but no shots on target from Ibele. So the clearance will be made by rounds.
Izuma to Tristan, but Quasar will take it forward. Don't have any A's to be confused by this time, and that play certainly had me scratching my head. Marzi just wastes a bit of time, allows Renshiro to pick that one up. Marzi's 50 falls away towards Tristan. And this has been a really precarious start for both teams. I don't feel like either roster is feeling particularly comfortable. Ooh.
This is good aggression. This is really good aggression from Rounds. The way that they're able to get in the face of Ibele, cut off that halfway line, make it difficult to escape, limit their amount of boost, and eventually things will work out, Pegasus. Rounds score off the back of a really long period of pressure.
And it was just that little gap given by Ibele at that near post, followed by the perfect 50 across that made it happen. These are the opportunities that you cannot afford to let waste away. And at times today, that has been the case. But we know how much Rounds love to ice up when they can face the potential death.
Yeah, it feels like they find their final form, doesn't it, when they're on the brink of elimination. Oh my goodness me. Well, that's their opposition signing their own death warrant on that one. On Azuma down the right side. And this from Tristan. He wanted the pinch to fly up and over and across to the far side. He didn't quite get it right. And Rounds take advantage 2-0.
Had no choice, especially after that great 50 from Onizuma. It was already heading into the dangerous area. He had to go for something. Zyra's going to go for a bump himself. Marzi recovers.
Wow.
Great use of his flip. Saves it. Onizuma's beaten, though. And Shira has 2 to beat. Manages to do it. Onizuma now can take it alone. Quasar's been forced to sit rather deep back. Doesn't get that second reset. No indicator this time. But Rounds are starting to get it together here. They can feel the fear from their opponents. And have just stepped up to be that braver team now.
Absolute game changer, this reset indicator, isn't it? Absolutely love it. And there you see another one. The Portuguese player making use of the new integration. There is that reset. Goes top shelf on Azuma, no boost. Can't get a hand up. So Ibele get a goal back. Only 1 minute and 14 left to play. Rounds still ahead. But the lead is not quite as comfortable as maybe they would like. Oh my goodness. And Shiro recovers.
Why would you say it, Rhino? Why would you say it? You called for the flip reset indicator.
Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, no. I'm not taking that.
Ridiculous.
I'm absolutely not
actually trolling. Enemy number 1 of round CG. It's Rhino Cast 11.
Outrage.
Great pass. Oh, Rounds couldn't get it all the way. Ibele did well to cut that primary passing lane. Quasar's got that pass across to Tristan. Well, that is a wasteful ball straight towards the Rounds defense. They've been given so much time to regroup. It's 3 plays with a full tank of boost. You're not going to break through that brick wall. Instead, they're going to send that barricade right back. Zyro has to take it high. Beats 1. Marzi's tight, but Renshiro has the opportunity to pick up a stray chance. Zyro had scared me with that challenge and the amount of space he was given with it, but Renshiro always has a plan.
Does. Oh no, Marzi didn't. Onizuma left that one on the backboard. Wasn't communicated to Marzi that he was going to fake it, so Marzi had already turned back. Unfortunate. Once again, we see a little bit of a discrepancy in communication between the 2 reunion players. This time, it won't be as costly as the last one. And Rounds do take game number 1 against Ibele.
That's a lot better. That's more what I want to see. We've opened a game strong. I feel like we haven't had that for most of the day. I think we've had these first games where we've been left a little bit concerned. This time, overall, I felt like they did well to consistently just have some kind of foot in the game. We've had 30-45-second periods in most other matchups where it feels like they can't get a touch of the ball and they're getting played out of the park. This was the first solid, complete 5 minutes, bar, of course, the absolute thrashing from earlier the day, which did very much feel like an exception, where Rounds just looked like the better team overall and they just outplayed their opponents. They didn't demolish them, of course, but they were just better, and that's okay. Do you remember word of Open 3, Rhino? It was enough. They are doing enough here in Series 5 of Open 4.
And it seems to be the keywords that Rounds use every time they play in a Swiss. Oh my goodness, that one's not quite enough. Onizuma wanting to find the left side of that post. Unfortunately, he hits the upright. Now Tristan doesn't read that one. There's a demo on the back lines. The smoke screen used. And Quasar gets the first goal of game number 2. And I do actually think that smoke screen was useful. Renshiro couldn't really see where the ball was when he tried to dive across the goal line. And he couldn't recover either. So Ibele, 1 up.
Just as we're singing the praises, all of a sudden Ibele want to silence us, but I will be singing yet again, Muzzy baby. I want to know how you scored that goal. I'll tell you how. It was just a very solid kickoff. They had the second man, and Ibele were just cut for choices there. Couldn't decide on one. Rounds took the correct one. Another kickoff coming here. Ibele won't get it.
Pipes on to Pegasus, by the way. Want to see chat, absolutely, giving the props for the singing voice. That was gorgeous. There's Marzi off that right-hand side. He was the one who scored the last. He's not going to score this one just yet. So Onizuma, forced to move backwards, doesn't get the 100. That could cause problems now. Ball into the middle, but Marzi collects, plays it over on that right-hand side. Onizuma, what a pass that is from Marzi! What a shot that is from Onizuma! What a goal that is from Rounds! 2-1.
Take a screen grab here. Could you ever believe that shot was going to find the net? Such power, such accuracy. Just tucked away under that crossbar. That's the eye for goal you need, and that's better than a double flip reset. That's pure class.
It is. And now Renshiro trying to put pressure onto Quasar. Not going to happen. Marzi being just a little bit more patient with the play. Seeing if Quasar was going to commit. He didn't. Actually, he's got an opportunity down the other end. Oh my goodness, there was a player ready. But they just couldn't get over the ball enough. Now Renshiro, the counter-attack, looking to go top shelf! You can't keep him quiet. Renshiro gets the third for Rounds, and it's a team hat-trick, 3-1.
That's a shot from the number 1v1 player in SSA. That's a shot from the number 2v2 player in SSA. That's a shot for the number 1 import here in SSA. And I'm gonna stick by it. He's aging like a fine wine through the day. Zyro pops it high. Marzi lets this one fall back to Renshiro. Going for the shot yet again. A tester on Zyro. He does well to get the clearance, especially towards teammate Tristan. Quasar, though, gets a reset there. Marzi was able to send it corner to corner. Bele are forced to reposition. Well, Renshiro is already right where he needs to be. The second touch, though, just wasn't there.
Couldn't quite read where that one was going. It's difficult when it looks like it's going to hit the bar because you don't know whether it's going to dip down into the ground, and I think that's what he was preparing for, but it just bounced straight out to him, which is a strange one for that positioning. Marzi and Onizuma once again getting their wires crossed. This time, again, going to be too dangerous for them. There's Tristan. Just to send it away, not going to happen. Quasar has Zyro for support. Isn't going to be able to use him yet. Now does on the ground. Great save by Onizuma. Won't be able to bring it away. Marzi off that right side. Gets over one. Won't be able to get past Tristan. I think Onizuma's gone on a hunt for boost as well. He is back now. Didn't get anything in the tank. Ibele growing in confidence.
And 2-0. Sorry, a 2-goal difference isn't as vast as it may initially seem when you have this much time left on the clock. That was a crucial save coming from Onizuma. Just continue to shut out their opponents and getting themselves back into the competition, and of course into the group stage as well. Renshiro can't pass that one back. Still comes off the backboard as he intended, but if a double commit will put an end to the real sting of this attack. And Ibele, don't get a reset off that ceiling. Onizuma played as if he did regardless, played with confidence, charged forward, got the ball. And now Ibele need to work in from the corner. Pre-jump from Quasar, and it has sucked its way through. That's so unfortunate for Renshiro. And now you're really thankful that Onizuma saved that one earlier. I told you, these goals can come quick.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not really much Renshiro can do about that. You know, the momentum's going to carry him through anyway. Car brakes can only do so much for you. So, just ends up going into that ball and putting it into his own net. But again, it's not one that you can really blame him for, unfortunately. There's now Rounds, but to regain that cushion, get that 2 goals back, that clearance isn't really going to help too much, as Tristan able to win it on the backboard, and that waterfall helps him out a bit as well. Renshiro turning, but able to get a second touch on it really smartly. Now Marzi backboard. Does he have help? He sure does! Onizuma, his countryman, bottom left corner, 1 minute and 8 seconds. I said that they were looking for that cushion. They found it.
And then, you know, when I was talking about the value of a 2-goal difference and how it isn't as valuable when there's 2.5 minutes still left on the clock, this is when it becomes an important talking point. 1 minute left. I bet it will need a regular goal and likely a kickoff if they want to see overtime in this game. Salt is claimed. It's Marzi on a Zuma vote. Looks to avenge his fallen comrade. Keeps the ball high, and Marzi's been able to respawn. He can get right back into the action. Renshiro has taken that more anchoring role in this offense. Now pressing forward. It might be his time to pounce, but a pass just does not land. But it's crucial seconds taken off the clock. Only 40 to stand. Onizuma gets that pass back. Now boom it back forward. The demo that lands will help slow down the counter-attack. And now it's all Marzi.
Yeah. Onizuma will collect in the midfield. Popped high from Zyro. Quasar drops it down. Oh my goodness, Tristan had a real opportunity there, but doesn't take it. 15 seconds remain. Rounds looking for series and GSL points with this victory. Quasar will go by. Zyro looks for the pass. They've got to score now if they are to get this game back to a position where Rounds could potentially lose it, but zeros on the clock means one thing, and that's that Rounds have 2 games in the bank. One more, and we will be seeing them on Friday afternoon.
My hands are clasped together right now. I want them to do it. I really do. I want them to do it, and I feel like this is a point in the stream, a point in the series where most sane individuals on a sane team stream would be feeling really, really good right now. But I've got some memories of rounds ahead on a 2-0 scoreline. We have learnt the lesson on numerous occasions, but the job truly is not finished until you have that third score in the door. It was actually how we got eliminated from the last Open. A brutal reverse sweep against the Death Cloud team at the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to get eliminated like that again, especially not in the Swiss stage.
No, and Rounds, if they are good for one thing, normally it's to not go out in the Swiss stage. But as you rightly say, that would require us to prevent this reverse sweep. And we know how reverse sweeps happen now. You know, your opponent gets one game back and they start to move forwards, and something is clearly happening in chat that I am not privy to, and Pegasus is very much enjoying it.
Marzi left. Marzi thought the series was over. He left his party, he turned off the game, and then immediately ended up rejoining. And Red Shiro just spam typed in the party chat, but the game's not over. He's still got one more to go. Marzi replied, "I'm tired and my head hurts," sounding a lot like Wyphysus right now.
Yeah.
But Marzi, a lot better at Rocket League, so we got to see him play once more.
I don't know. I've seen Wyphysus play Rocket League. I think there's a bit about it. You know.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Fair enough.
RLCS, here we come. You know, Pegasus and Wyphysus +1.
Maybe.
Why not?
Maybe. I mean, you're invited at this point. You seem to believe a lot in this project, but players are rejoining the lobby, including the poor, fatigued Marzi, who has had to go through 5 tumultuous rounds of Rocket League again. He typed in all chat, "My bad, chat." Oh my goodness.
Thanks,
Very
Marzi.
it's in the top
Yeah,
left.
there you
Thank
go.
you, Marzi. Here we go. Let's hope for Marzi's sake, and of course for the nation of Finland and for rounds as well, that this is going to be the last game of the day. Here we go.
Yeah, we hope so. But Zyro chops that one up and going to be sent away, but the challenge isn't there. Quasar finishes the job. The Portuguese player, Onibele, converting, and Onizuma just getting a touch, but not enough. Marzi doesn't have the boost to make the challenge. And so it will be 1-0 early on to Ibele.
And it's not a nice feeling. I have been in this spot before where you think a series is over and you
Yeah.
try to leave, I mean, your teammates just have to tell you to come back. It is not a great feeling. It is a bit of whiplash. You feel like you've just woken up from just that perfectly timed nap where you've got all the lines on your arms and nothing seems to make sense anymore. That's going to be the state that Marzi is in right now. So he needs to lock himself back in. Abele need to use this opportunity themselves, of course, if they want to play for survival. But I'm not going to call for that.
No, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense given where we are and what we're doing. This one,
Maybe.
off the near side. It's going to be Quasar looking for the pass to Tristan. Doesn't really help him too much with that pass, but he makes the most of it. Zyro at the angle, decides to go into the corner instead. And Shiro's able to clear it away. Quasar out of the corner. He has probably been the best player on Ibele so far in this series. Zyro's also got a bit of a statement for that. Zyro looking to prove that I was wrong about both of them as he moves off that right-hand side. Gets bumped off the play, but there's still a chance for Tristan! Oh my goodness! That was very, very close indeed, but Ibele do not find the second goal just yet.
And I felt rather accepting that that was going to be the second goal. Very much saved by the ding on that occasion. Marzi off that back wall commits alongside Renshiro. Oh goodness, he really does want bedtime right now. But it has to come with just one more game of focus. 3 minutes still to go, but it's 2 for Ibele scored. This time it's Zyro to get himself on the docket. It was a flip reset for Zyro. Used actually that flip to wave dash himself back into the position. That is a hard fought goal from Zyro. And frankly, it was well earned.
Yeah, it was. Ibele really showing up in this game number 3. And I mean, rounds, it's pretty much gone as bad as it really could have done this game 3. It's their game to go through to GSL next week. But with the way that that Marzi wasn't sure if it was the last game. Well, actually, he was pretty sure it was the last game. But in the end, it wasn't. He's now trying to, as you say, recover, get back into that competitive mindset, because you do kind of lose it pretty quickly as soon as you believe that, you have that relief and the game is gone. So we'll see. Onizuma over onto that right-hand side, looking to get the play. It's going to pinch back to Marzi. Off the backboard, Renshiro to follow. What a save on the goal line from Quasar. He didn't have any boost to work with. If that ball's off the ground, then it would be rounds back within 1. But it's not, and that team pinch sends it long.
Onizuma has to wait local, wants to tip it to the right wall. Tristan is patient, waits for a direction to be committed to before challenging. That's a double commit, though, coming from Ibele. Now it's Marzi's time. We've seen his ground plays pay dividends 4 rounds in other series today. As much as that took some space, it's not going to be enough to put the nail in the coffin. Onizuma has to do that off the back wall, but Quasar just nullifies any chance of a second touch there. Picks up the 100 for himself and sees that backboard is free, but Onizuma will fill in those gaps, gets that clearance out. Now this is all Renshiro to take the 50 on. Onizuma with 100, 2 options inside, but Quasar's done well to pick that one up, and if that pass had landed closer to Tristan, that would have been an immediate counter goal.
It would. Brown's lucky that it didn't as the clearance comes in. Marzi gets up really nicely. Renshiro still lurking in the area. Quasar tries to put it into the corner. Doesn't really find it, but Tristan gets across to get the clearance, and 60 seconds still to go. This is going to feel like a long 60 seconds for both teams here, especially if Browns are able to get a goal. But that patient play from Onizuma, well, it's not really going to do much favors as far as we go to get that clock in our favor. Onizuma, once again, more patient play, gets the reset, flicks over the on-rushing player. That's really nice, but clearance is in early. Redirects through. Marzi will just have to try and recover, pushes it to the side. I think Rounds might take one more opportunity at least in order to get through to GSL next week.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's happening here. Unless Renshiro can pinch it from deep. No, of course not. But this definitely did feel like a bit of a chaotic game, and I don't want to plant the... Oh my goodness, Onizuma. And I don't want to plant the blame too much on that awkward break that they had in between Game 2 and Game 3 just then, where of course
but you're
certain players thought the game ended. But absolutely, I'm going to. It did feel like a shake-up to the system, which they did not have before. And there were a lot more double commits. They were a bit more uncoordinated. It just feels like their heads aren't exactly in the same place as they were before.
Yeah, it very much feels like it's time for Spooky to step forward, the mental coach for Rounds, and join that VC and just get things level-headed again. Look, we've not qualified for anything yet. Go back into this Game 4 like we took to Game 1 and 2, and then everything will be okay. Because as far as Abele are concerned, they did show a good look in that game number 3, but it wasn't anything that Rounds hadn't seen before in games 1 and 2. And I think they just need to settle things down, as we say, going into this game 4. And we'll see if they are able to have done that. Renshiro wins the ball off the kickoff, but he gets immediately removed. How dare you take possession off the kickoff?
And I also saw there was a bit of drama between games again. Discord died for a second, apparently. Renshiro doesn't reach that one. And once more, it's Quasar to open up the scoring early in the game where they are behind. And that's so unfortunate for Renshiro. It just slips through his fingertips. And there are so many mental battles going on in this series specifically. That's certainly going to add to it.
Yeah, and I think it's another situation where I'm looking at Marzi's positioning and going, could you have maybe got onto the backboard? Doesn't matter now. Gets the goal back before 30 seconds. And again, I simply don't remember conceding. It's 4.5 minutes still to play. Still a long way to go, but back in it around 1-1.
I think Marzi has shut up all 3 of the casters today. Just as he's getting criticism, he just scores immediately afterwards. He does have a real knack for that. So what I'm learning is whenever Marzi makes a mistake, we should immediately point it out and he'll just score again and then it won't matter. So he is going to remain a target, unfortunately, for the rest of the day. Hopefully.
Yeah, see, you shouldn't be getting bumped there, Marzi. Absolutely not. What are you getting bumped there?
Renshiro to Onizuma, booms it forward. Quasar gets it on the back wall, but just where is Marzi in this position? There he is. Let's it go past him. It's going to be like Graeme Souness and Pogba.
Yeah, I was going to... Where is he in all of this? Yeah, Onizuma drops it down. Snipe from deep off the post from Quasar. Still the opportunity not gone. Renshiro turns on this one in the midfield. We know how dangerous he can be from these positions. Goes off the ceiling. Renshiro just gets an extra touch, but not more. Marzi calls off Onizuma, and Onizuma respects that call. It doesn't look like it's mattered. The clearance is in. Renshiro takes a little while with that ball. I don't think he had as much time as he thought he did, but still gets the better of Zyro. And now back down the other end, trying to read it off the backboard, but Quasar's there first.
And Zyro going to struggle to beat Onizuma, rather neutral on the 50. And then Shiro and pick this up himself on the left-hand side, has Onizuma to sit behind him just to pick up from any of these plays that don't fall exactly as expected. The boost also spawning on Onizuma. It'll be interesting to see if he's gone all the way back or if he wants to stay involved. He's let Renshiro take his spot. The overlapping rungs come through. That was an early jump, an ambitious jump coming from last man Onizuma. Like I said, that's how I want to see him play in these kind of games. Off the back wall, Zyro clears it up. This should be all Marzi's.
Yeah, and he does catch it, but immediately put under pressure. Now it's Renshiro to try and go coast to coast. He's looking for the bump onto Tristan, doesn't get it. So Marzi now will collect. Lovely play past the first. On that right-hand side, looking for the pass middle. It's a lovely pass to Renshiro. There's a chance there for Onizuma. But on the goal line, Zyro keeps the scores level. Just over half the game now played. Onizuma trying to bring it through, but Rounds growing in confidence.
He could not have placed that shot better, but the defense was just there to match. Renshiro from deep. If they're saving the shots they say beforehand, they're certainly going to save that one. Zyro wants to bring it low. Dodges the first. Onizuma is beaten to that chance as well. There was just a moment of calm there in the corner where no one really wanted to commit. Rounds didn't want to lose a man in defense, and Abele Nova, the corners are supposed to be saved. That's not looking good, though, between Renshiro and Marzi. Yet again, we saw those two occasionally trip feet in the previous game. But when they are flowing, how wonderful is it? Onozuma taps it down to Renshiro. The captain and his prodigy combine. Rounds take the lead and potentially score the qualifying goal.
Yeah, great interplay between Renshiro and Onozuma. Just under 2 minutes to go. Rounds 2-1 up. A cushion would be nice, certainly. Renshiro looking to find it, but can't beat the third man. Marzi, backboard. Bump, lovely, but no one's there. No one really expects him to get that bump, I guess. Renshiro, backboard, needs help. Doesn't have it. Onozuma a little bit too far back. And actually, I don't mind that at all. You've got a lead right now to send you into GSL next week. There's no reason to overcommit. That's exactly what they avoid doing. Renshiro misses that one. Onozuma next up. Wins the 50 just about. Pushes it into the corner. There's a chance into the middle, but Onozuma there to clear. Drops back down again by Ibele. That midfield pass isn't going to do much. Onozuma, that shot is just a little bit wide. I think it was more just a clearance that happened to be close to the goal. But either way, that one is definitely a shot from the Finn.
What a snipe! Marzi does well to bring the ball forward, but that's such a tough read off that corner. And it helps when the ball isn't wobbling all over the place. Thank you to Lenovo for the amazing laptop he gets to play on. And of course, Rounds for the opportunity to send him to Cape Town, because that could have been the difference. Renshiro back towards that corner. Just 40 seconds to hold on to now, Rhino. It's that 2-goal difference in the final minute. This should be it. Ball down with 30 seconds.
That's a brave statement to say when Rounds are playing on the field. It's a big assist.
I know.
So, that is one of those that could come back to haunt him, but no, it's not going to. Marzi wins a 50 in the midfield. Ibele have pushed everyone forwards to try and get the goal. Back to Tristan to get around the side. They don't. Marzi scores. And I think it's pretty confident now with just under 20 seconds to go. Rounds will be playing next Friday.
Do I have your permission? Can I call it now?
Yes, you can, yeah.
Thank you very much. Waiting for the 15-second mark, but ladies and gentlemen, what a run it has been today. Arguably the toughest Swiss bracket we've had. There's one more that I can think of at hard competition. But, of course, Rounds still find a way to escape. The round 5 Swiss Merchants, led by the Finn, alongside his 2 Reunion A. It's going to be a reunion with the main event. Rounds will return to the top 16.
And it's so deserved. It really is. Based on the last 2 games specifically, you struggle to think of why Rounds were in this position in the first place. But they've shown a lot today. They have shown a lot. They've shown that they can hang with the best in Bro Crocros. They are right there with them when they switch on and have that ability and don't make a silly mistake in overtime. Not going to dwell too much on that point. And then, it was relatively convincing against Ibele. Listen, to come back from what had happened in between games 2 and 3 and then win that game number 3 was always going to be difficult. It proved to be the case, but the ability to switch back on and get that victory in game 4 shows a lot of mental fortitude as well. So happy really overall with what we've seen from Rounds, and they are going to be involved in GSL, likely to play one of the big boys in the first round, as we are so used to doing.
I'm so ready for it, but let's have a little bit of a look at the Swiss run, and then Rhino, I have a little bit of a surprise post that, but first we can have a look at that journey. What a journey it has been. As per usual, it's going all the way. We don't quite have the results yet for Vinland versus Fusion. That's one to wait on for a little bit later. Of course, Fusion being a team we played earlier today. But, Rhino, do you want to take us through the bracket here?
The whole bracket? Goodness gracious.
No. Just us, preferably.
Oh, just us. Okay. Things got underway very, very nicely when we beat doing it for Greybeard 3-1. Could have been a 3-0 realistically, but it was a relatively convincing performance nonetheless. Then things started to get a little bit tricky for a couple of games. In the 1-0, we played against Strive Esports, who it's fair to say have had probably their best day of Swiss action that they ever could have asked for. Taking 5 fears to game 5 is absolutely incredible, but they were able to beat us 3-1, and they looked pretty good for it. It was close, don't get me wrong, it was a little bit tight, but Strive were the better team in that one. And then we played Fusion, and this was the game I got very angry about, because rounds against Fusion it went right the way down to the wire. It went down to game 5. We almost ended up in the 1 and 2s. I believe we were 2-1 down in that series, and rounds were able to pull it back. Then in the 2 and 1s, we played against Bro Crocros, which, considering the performance of the game before that, we were a little bit nervous about, but rounds showed, as they always do when they play against the top of the region, they can hang. And they got a game against Bro Crocros, played very well, and unfortunately just weren't able to see it through. An unfortunate overtime loss, as well as a couple of games that just didn't go their way. The chips didn't fall, and Stake being Stake as well led to Bro Crocros going through. And then in that last game, it was pretty convincing, pretty professional. Rounds taking down Ibele 3-1, and the only one we lost was after Marzi thought that it was all said and done already.
Well, are you ready for the surprise that I have in store for us right now?
Excited.
I hope everyone is excited. I hope everyone is still here. We're going to return to the free caster screen.
Oh, okay.
No Context not returning, unfortunately. I mean, we do love him very much, but he is not here. But Rhino, you should, touch wood, be able to hear this. And Ash should stream as well. Here's Renshiro speaking about his new Airbnb.
Kuvataan tässä vähän video ja esittelen nyt tosiaan tämän Airbnb. Näytän vähän, että minkälaisessa paikassa asun ja oleskelin nyt 40 päivän ajan, mitä täällä ollaan.
40 days away from home.
RLCS takia.
That's very tough.
Ulko-ovi, mistä aloittaa. Tossa on pieni terassi ulkopuolella, mutta mä nyt en mene kuvaa sitä.
All right, keep your secrets.
Smart man.
Tossa on käytävä. Tästä tulee sitten heti olohuone. Siinä on sohvaa, TVtä. Sitten on joku tommonen, missä on ihan kiva makailla. Siinä menee mun verkkopiuha. Sitten tässä on tää netti. Netistä tulee about 500-600.
Wow, that's good. That's good internet.
Yeah, consistent speed until today, apparently.
Vuorille näkee tästä.
You can see the mountains.
Wow.
Sitten mulla on tässä keittiö. Ihan tämmönen perus jääkaappi, pakastinta, astianpesukone tuolla.
Oh, dishwasher, that's big.
Meillä on tämmönen pikku puutarhantyylinen tila tässä. Ulkotila.
Oh, that's lovely.
On tommonen teline. Siellä on kisu.
Does he have a cat as well?
Oh, the cat!
Oh, what? He gets the cat!
Oh, yeah.
Mulle. Tässä on yksi huone, missä aina toinen henkilö käy
nukkumassa. Oh, okay.
Öisin ja aamuisin. Tää on niinku muuten päivisin käytännössä mun yksityiskäytös. Meillä on suihku täällä. Vessanpönttö. Kuivasrumpu.
I like a walk-in shower right now.
Oh,
I like
washer
a
and a
walk-in
dryer.
shower.
Joo, ihan tämmönen kiva. Yllättävän tilaava ja ei oo kyllä mitään negatiivista. Tässä on kyllä viihtynyt. Ainut on toi, että ei oo ilmastointia. Ainakaan nyt.
No, not the AC.
Täällä on vähän liian kuuma, mut muuten erittäin hyvä. Sitten tää on se, missä meidän match tapahtuu. Siinä on tuossa sänky.
Well, at least they're going into their winter, right? So
yeah, of course.
AC not as needed.
Tää on oikeesti ihan MP.
Rounds bottle.
Pysyy vesi.
Yes.
Sitten on tää setuppi. Siinä on tää Lenovon näyttö, hommattiin uutena. Tyyli samana
There we
päivänä.
go, there's a Lenovo laptop, iconic.
Tässä on kyllä kans todella tärkeä vehe matkaa ajatellen. Tosiaan F9 ja Lenovolta lainassa.
And F9, shout out
heille, että on antanut mulle tän peliläppärin, niin sitten ei tarvinnut miettiä, että miten mä tuon kotoa mun pöytäkoneen, koska sehän olisi loogisesti ollut hyvin paljon vaikeampi kuljettaa tänne.
He's got, I didn't realize he had a good monitor as well alongside it. I was curious if he was playing on a laptop screen actually.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, come on.
Townissa Woodstock-alueella. Sen tarkempaa mä en nyt ehkä osoitetta
Yep, that's fair enough.
Julkisesti, mutta joo, Woodstockin alueella Cape Townissa, aika lähellä keskustaa. Niin on kyllä hyvä, oon tykännyt ja joo, nyt me koetetaan vielä saada tähän jonkunlainen väliaikainen ilmastointi tuohon huoneeseen, missä pelaa, niin sitten ei oo ihan jäätävät lämmöt, kun läppärikin vielä tuottaa lämpöä tuohon huoneeseen.
It's a very spacious room though. I'm not sure how much the laptop itself would be causing.
Jatkossakin, niin laittakaa ihmeessä Roundsin some.
Follow Rounds on social media.
Absolutely. In the next, there's going to be another one apparently.
There you go.
Hold on. If there are any more videos, I definitely would like to play them to the broadcast. But temperature was a big topic of conversation right now in that video. And addressed it yesterday when I was alone on the stream. I'll address it whilst I'm with you right now. The temperature in Finland at the moment, his homeland, what he's used to, is currently 3 degrees C.
Okay.
3 degrees C. Sure. In Cape Town, South Africa, it's 21. It is 21 degrees C right now, and it was similar yesterday. That was about the split from like 5 to like mid-20s over in Cape Town. So he's gone from one of the possibly coldest places in Europe to Africa, to South Africa. Pretty brutal switch up, a bit of a culture shock.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is that when he gets back, it's going to be the height of spring in Finland. So, he might come back to nice, balmy, 15, 20 degrees in Finland as well. Can't escape it, Renshiro, you cannot. But no, it's very cool. It's very cool to see him be able to have that space for himself and enjoy the surroundings and be in the surrounding area for a little while. Hopefully... he's kind of come into our chat today and said that the internet was a little bit spotty today. Hopefully that improves and he's able to make it work for him. But yeah, we wish him all the very best on his South Africa adventures.
Absolutely, but it does include performances required here on the RLCS team stream broadcast we got going here, which I can proudly say, Rhino, will be returning next Friday with that last series victory. Not too sure who we are going to have on the desk, but I know who we'll have in the background, and that is Hazard. I have been doing the production for today. Unfortunately, Hazard couldn't make it for this period, so don't worry. RDR Prod usually in much, much better hands. This has been an RDR Prod, although Sir Pegasus production. So with an asterisk, I hope that you follow rounds on all of our socials, including this very Twitch. Make sure to, of course, ring the bell as well over here on Twitch so you can get notifications. You can return for Friday's action, see what proper production looks like, and see what proper top 16 main event Rocket League looks like. It's been myself, Sir Pegasus, and Rhino. Don't go anywhere. We've got to thank our very important sponsors. Goodbye.
What if I told you from now on, the only thing you need for gaming is this desk? Uneven Base is a complete esports setup. It includes a powerful computer, keyboard, mouse, and monitor. All in one, lightweight build. Uneven Base is foldable, portable, and easy to set up. Perfect gaming experience wherever you want. And of course, there's RGB. Uneven Base. Now it's about you.
Pidä taloutesi hallinnassa pelin sisällä ja sen ulkopuolella.
Siis mikä voi olla niin tärkeää, että äijä ei näy 2 viikkoon? Äijä on tullut takaisin. No niin, let's go. Pitkästä aikaa pelikenttä.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
Tervetuloa Prozoneen.
seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide.